Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Bronze Reaper podcast. I'm your host, Rosalind Perkins, and today we got a wonderful show. Pan-Africanism, a symbol of unity or division or divisiveness or divisive. Um, the reason why I wanted to talk about that today is I think like I said, I think it's very important for us to have these type of conversations. And the most reason why is division. I'm gonna put division. Um, hold yada yada yada. Do. All right. I was just checking how everything is. I think these conversations is actually good because I think a lot of y'all do get engaged in these type of conversations, and that's what I like. I like that people get engaged in these conversations. Let's see. Sheet details not updated. Edit on Twitter, yada yada yada. Give me a second, everyone. That's all right. Fuck it. These conversations is actually great. We're gonna have a great show today. Quick, fast, Ricky Bobby, and another announcement. Friday is Shots Friday. If you never been on Shots Fridays is when you give a donation. If you subscribe, um, if you're somebody new that subscribe or donated to the channel, I take a shot for you. So we usually do this once a month, and this is the time. This is the month that we usually do it. Again, I apologize that I'm so late. It's just there was so much stuff I had to do, and again, I apologize. Give me a second. Turn on the air conditioner. Oh, no, I got the hot water going. Um, but yeah, I think these conversations is great to have. I was actually on. If y'all don't really care, I was actually on the show. It was a Pan African show. I seen Shabaka. I seen Black Snow Bunny King and stuff. And these niggas was talking about because I asked the question because this guy was actually talking about how um people turn on other people like black Americans and we call them coons and stuff like that, and other people who turned on black people and stuff. And I said, did the African slave traders turn on Africans? So what these type of people do, these people are so fucking stupid and they get on my nerves. But these people do, they act like they didn't hear the question and they go a different direction with the question. I personally hate it. I'm gonna tell you I'm not a big fan of it, but this is what a lot of these Pan Africans do. This Pan African guy, he said, well, black people turned on black people, the Caribbeans turned on their own people and Caribbeans, and the Africans, they didn't turn on black people. It was the sellouts. So I was saying to myself, I was like, this nigga did not want to say Africans turned on African. And this is what these Pan Africans do. They try to paint a picture where they believe that, black no Africans are loyal people, you know? And I'm just talking about collectively. You will get people that are Africans that won't turn on you and will stay on code. But a lot of these people that come from these tribal areas, they're not going to stay on code. And I subscribe to the guy because he has decent content where I want to talk about. I forgot the man's name. It's one of them names or something like that. Them them weird ass African names and stuff like. And I'm sorry I say weird ass Africans, but the name was fucking nuts. I will say this. A lot. Hold on. A lot of Oh, what's going on? What's going on? Ali, Malaikum Salam. But yeah, it's just these people that don't stay on code, man. And I always tell people all the time, it's not. I'm gonna always tell people all the time, it's not an FBA problem. It's not because FBA turned on Africans. It was because Black Americans are tired of having the boatload of work to do for nothing. You know, with Pan Africanism, we don't get anything. I don't even think Africans are Pan Africanism. I don't care what type of picture they want to paint. I don't care what type they want to design and say, oh, yo, there was Africans doing this and Africans doing. No, we're not gonna lie to the audience, and it's a like I said, it's a lot of Pan African shit that is going on that I cannot answer, but you know this is why I always tell the Pan Africans just send in a fucking donations and you can say what you want to say for 10 minutes. I'm gonna give you, $5 or $10 and shit like that. If you're gonna talk, you might as well send fucking $10. You know, but a lot of these Pan Africans, and it's not the Africans, it's the Pan Africans that push this narrative that never been to Africa. You know, and this is why a lot of people turned away from Africa, Pan Africanism, and helping each others and stuff like that. Because I personally believe that Pan Africans don't see what's going on. They worry about Black Americans helping them because they know Black Americans are loyal to a code, or to blackness. But it's like I said, it comes to a point where when a lot of these people don't want to have a conversation about this. How's everything, Ali? You know, yeah, but a lot of these Pan Africans don't want to have a real honest conversation of what's going on and what's up with their people. They don't want to have that conversation. Because it's embarrassing. Because like I always tell Black Americans, we police our people. When some fuckery goes on, we're the first ones to say, "Oh no, we putting boots to ass. We're saying this, we're saying that." We get busy out here. So and it's like I said, I get it. I get it with that the Africans and all that other cool shit, but Africa, you can't do that shit. You can't tell. And the thing about it comes to a point when Black Americans is actually telling you to shut the fuck up. We know who we are. We don't need no motherfucker who flee. And I have to say like this, a motherfucker who fled their country that have tribalistic problem, that has poverty, that has flies problem, that has a food shortage, to tell them, who they are. It comes to a point like that. Pan African has the only real mean of struggle for Africa's unity. But that's the thing, Shabaka. I'm gonna say this. That's the thing for Africa. Like I said, if I go to Africa and you get mad about this, if I go to Africa, I'm not gonna get that special treatment as a white man that goes to Africa. The FBI and the CIA has been trying to destroy Pan Africanism. Well, you know what? We will have a We will have a. I do have a video about the CIA and the FBI and Pan Africanism. And I'm gonna say this, Shabaka. I believe CIA and FBI infiltrated your organization. You know, and this is where Black Americans have been getting skeptical and saying like, "Yo, I don't think these are our people." Like I'm gonna be personally honest, Shabaka, with you. I can, as long as I know you, I don't think I ever had a constructive conversation with you. You was always on the defense. A lot of you Pan Africans is a lot on a lot of y'all are on the defense when Black Americans is telling you what's going on or explaining we're not getting anything from this. You're not even the middleman of solving Black and Africans situations. And I'm gonna say this, and this is why I always tell you, Shabaka, your people, your elders, the elders led us down the wrong road. The reason why they led us down the wrong road because they told we're asking you what we're getting from this. You're telling us that you're talking to these people, you talking to these African leaders and stuff. And let me tell you something. One of my favorite leaders is Patrice Lumumba. But if we're gonna be really honest with ourselves, their people sold him out. Their people sold him out. And nobody didn't help Patrice and his other was it two allies. There's no way in hell that they should have dipped Patrice Lumumba in any acid so they can dissolve his body. And we're talking about this shit. And the thing about it, the guy who was basically a part of this shit just died like 4 or 5 months ago. Now the question I'm gonna ask you: where was Pan Africanism when Patrice Lumumba died? You're talking about you have an army. You say you have a structure. Why haven't got justice for Patrice Lumumba? Why did we have to wait until 2026 and May 11th, 2026 to even hear anything? This is what Black Americans and foundational Black Americans have been telling you. Where are you when the shit really kicks up? You know, when shit really kicks up dust. Where are you? This Nolan, this Nolan kid, little kid just got murdered. I haven't seen Pan Africans, but I have seen the Democrats. I have seen um certain leaders, but I haven't seen the Pan Africanism as a whole. You know, these are the things that we're telling you about, and this is why a lot of Black Americans say Pan Africanism is a transaction. It's a transaction. It's not a family. It's not somebody you can rely on. It's a transaction. A lot of this shit is a transaction when it comes to Pan Africanism. You know, and this cool. I'm gonna say this. It's cool. It's cool. You could joke around. Oh yeah, FBA. They are psyop. But let me ask you a question. Who did the FBA ever get killed? Who are the FBAs? And you're saying this is a group. Where is the group of the FBAs that got somebody infiltrated and put in jail? Why aren't your Pan African leaders in jail if they're the CIA or the FBI? That's the question we're asking. If we're a hate group, who did we murder? That was a Pan African or an immigrant? Who? This is why I say, yo, you know what? It's sad that you're saying that these niggas is hate groups, but they never murdered nobody. We could talk about the Ku Klux Klan. They murdered hundreds of people. They sexually violated a lot of people. We have document evidence that they have done that. We have document. We have who's it? We have not just documents. We have evidence that these people were doing this. Now, Shabaka, the question I'm gonna ask you again, where is your evidence that Black Americans, also known as foundational Black Americans, is a hate group? Who did they kill? Who have they infiltrated? Who have who has they ever done anything negative to? Instead of make jokes and stay on code with Black Americans. No, 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 no. Again, if you can't answer this is strike one, Shabaka. I'm gonna give you strike one now. All right. This is strike one. You know nothing about Patrice Lumumba. I know enough to know that his own people got him killed and they didn't stick up for him. I also know that he loved the Congolese people, no matter what tribe they were from, to put his life on the line. That motherfucker is the martyr. That's the African Martin Luther King. If we look at it right now, that is the modern day African Martin Luther King that died for his people. He didn't just think about Congolese. He thought about Africa. Now, let me ask you a question, Shabaka. Who are your peoples from the Pan African movement that puts their people on the line that were a part of your organization? And I'm talking about people you have met, people we have known. Not that people who say, "Oh yeah, he has a Pan African logo on him." Patrice Lumumba loved Africa, but at the end of the day, his own people was his demise because nobody didn't come to his rescue when he really needed the help. This is what Black Americans are seeing. Whenever we need help, you're not there. Africa's not there. Africa, you said Africa has our best interest. Where was our best interest when we were trying to get reparations? Where was our best interest when we were fighting for policies and laws and rights? You can't answer those questions. Now, the question I have to ask you, Shabaka, since we're talking about Pan African organization, explain to me how there are a Black diaspora unity. Please explain that. I know you ain't got no money, so you're not jumping on this link because we don't talk to broke niggas here on Monday through Thursday or Saturday to Thursday. We'll talk to you on a Sunday when the niggas drinking, but niggas ain't talking to you now. Now the question I just asked you, where is the Black unity with Pan Africanism? The FBA's, the FBI, that's strike two, Shabaka. That's strike two. I asked you a question. I expect to get an answer. Yes, the Europeans killed him, but at the end of the day, you didn't hear what I said. His own people just set him up. They just let him die. How the fuck you die from the fire squad and there's millions of you there? This is what we're talking about. Ashanta Shakur. Niggas broke her out and got her the fuck out the country. Got her the fuck out the country. That was Black Americans. Why didn't y'all do that for Nelson Mandela? Why didn't you do that for Patrice Lumumba? Why didn't y'all do that for Gaddafi? And I know Gaddafi would have been a little bit harder because technology has changed, but this is the conversations that we are having. Where's the FBAs that are supposed to help Black Americans? We've been helping people, Shabaka. We've been Black Americans, because I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make Black Americans and foundational Black Americans an interchangeable thing. Black Americans and FBA is the same thing. It's a lineage. It's a culture. They're people. Just like Soulard, just like Geechee, just like the Louisiana Creoles. Those are still foundational Black Americans. Again, if you can't have a constructional conversation about what you're skilled at, and I'm talking about Pan African organization, then you have to go on timeout right now. I asked you a question. I don't need I don't need you to answer a question with a question right now. All right? Can you answer the question? Because we already know you get paid. You get paid by the Democrats. You protect the Democrats. You even suppress. Let me tell you, Shabaka. You rather protect white supremacy before you protect a black American, also known as foundational black Americans. You know, have do I divide black Americans? If you call this dividing black Americans because I'm telling black Americans to worry about their fucking self, then I'm a divisive motherfucker. I will say that. But I'm telling black Americans to stay the fuck out of it because none of y'all niggas care. I asked you a fucking good question. A good question that you couldn't answer, Shabaka. You never answered it. You never answered it. I asked you two questions. You know, and it's this is where, and I'm gonna say this. This is why I show people the dark side of Pan Africanism. And stop calling me brother. I'm not your brother. I would never be your brother. You're a piece of shit. You know? But again, why would I want to be a Pan African? Every educated person knows Pan Africanism means unity. Unity to who? The question is, does the FBA code unity? Again, now I'm gonna ask you this question, Black Snow Bunny King. You're talking about a hate code, right? Who has the foundational Black Americans ever murdered? Who did foundational Black American ever infiltrate? Because we're gonna have a great show on Friday. This is gonna be a part two. This is part one, but there's a part two on Friday. I already started doing the show. I'm getting busy out here. But the question is, what foundational Black American organization ever done that? I could say Black Americans, also known as foundational Black Americans, helped Africa, helped the Caribbean islands. Whenever there was an issue, a social issue, Black Americans were always there. Africans are united. That's not the. You got to go in timeout, Shabaka. I didn't want to do this to you, but I'm asking you a question and you're not answering it. You know, I'm just gonna give you 10 minutes, right? But yeah, these are the questions that we asking Shabaka. No, it wasn't Pan Africans. It was Black Americans that helped her get to another country. It was Black Americans. Nobody black except foundational Black American is an English word. Facts. Let me see. Notice the difference between the Pan Africanism show that I already talked about that. Notice the intellect. There wasn't no intellectual. You just did the same dickhead shit that you did, and I just did with more viewers. The dude barely had any views, and he been there longer than I am. I only got what 5 or 6 views. This dude had like 3 or 4 views, and it was the same raggedy niggas that bitch and moan about Black Americans not helping Africa. This is the entitlement that you Pan Africans have. Y'all are entitled. Y'all think y'all are entitled to tell Black Americans what the fuck to do, and y'all don't even got y'all shit together. That's the thing, Shabaka. I mean, that's the thing, Black Snow Bunny King. You don't got your shit together. Like, let me ask you a question. Do you think I would be giving advice if put it this way? Let's say you're looking for a house. Do you think I will be giving you advice on how to find a house if my real estate shit is all fucked up and I'm losing money and I have to go to other people to get emotion. Look at no, it's just a question. Black Snow Bunny King. I warned you that I was gonna have this show yesterday, and I did this for y'all so y'all can have a conversation. Black Snow Bunny King. If you don't want to have the conversation, you could get the fuck out of here. How about that? You could get the fuck out of here. We don't really have to. You're not important. Like I'm gonna be personally, you're not important. You know, I'm just being honest with you. You're not important. Nobody don't care what you say. Niggas know you live in you collect cans. You're a professional fucking janitor, my nigga. Yeah, a conscious pan janitor, nigga. That's what you are. How the fuck you how the fuck you giving advice out and you talk about you're so educated, but you're a professional janitor, my nigga? Like, come on, let's not do that. If you let me tell you something. If your skills was that good, you should be helping these kids in your state. Technically your country. But I know you like to do the we shit, but you should be helping these people. Now the question I will ask you, have you helped these people? Why this is the thing. Why are black Americans pushing away from Pan-Africanism? You're mad at every foundational, and this is what you do. Every time I show you something wrong about Pan Africanism, you always say it's not all Pan Africanism. That's only one. Now then, when I say, oh well, look at what all the look at no, then this is what you do. Look at what all them FBA niggas is doing. They're all a hate group. Is there niggas that go out far? Yes. Yeah, there's people that go, yo, jump out the window, kick in the door, and talk crazy to y'all. Absolutely. Sometimes I go too far. I can admit that. But I'm not gonna act like, these Pan Africans are saints. Y'all are one of the most freakiest, nastiest niggas ever. Y'all be out here sexually assaulting everybody. Under Pan Africanism. Y'all ain't no better than the Christianities in the 1800s. Like, come on, let's not do that. Give me a second, everybody. But yeah, we can't do that. We can't keep on having this conversation with y'all. The top team in the NBA doesn't even worry about the world series. Yes, they do. They worry about all team because it's a sport. What is you talking about? You must have never played a sport before. Okay, I'm gonna say this. Let's. I know you like hypotheticals. I'm not a hypothetical niggas, but I always have to do hypotheticals for you. And this is why. No, let's do a hypothetical. Let's say that is true. Why are you here? Why are you here, Black Snow Bunny King? You're not educating nobody. You're just killing time. You're wasting time, man. You can be doing something else. You could be on a Pan African channel. No, you love my channel. That's what it is. I live in your mind rent free, my nigga. You will never leave. No matter how crazy you want to talk and stuff, you love this show. You love the Bronze Reaper Media. You're just a broke nigga you're just a broke nigga. That's your problem. You're broke. You're not a group or a lineage. You're a cult. Okay. Let's say that is true. Again, who did we murder? Who did we infiltrate? We didn't infiltrate Pan Africanism. You say you're doing good, right? Didn't you say you're doing good? Didn't you say, oh yeah, Africa is moving up? Why are you worrying about foundational black Americans? That's the question. You have to worry about this because you know what? Things are changing. Things has always changed. And it's because you don't have the comfort of black Americans fighting for you no more. And I know you're gonna say this. Well, I don't need nobody fighting for us. The Pan Africans are gonna fight for us. What Pan Africanism? What Pan Africanism? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Pan Africanism is dead. See, and look at you mad. That's Snow Bunny King. You're proving my point. You are mad. You are mad that black Americans is not helping. Like my nigga, y'all say y'all got it, y'all got it. Why do you care about what black Americans say? Or let's use your what do you care about what a cult says? If we're a cult, why do you care what we say? Huh? Or you're not gonna answer the question? Are you gonna answer the question? And watch this, everybody. He's not gonna answer the question. I'll be surprised if he answered the question. He's not gonna answer it. We'll see. I'm gonna give him like 15 seconds. All right, everybody. But yeah, this is the type of bullshit that we get with these people. These people's these people's is organization is dead. Niggas don't fuck with this shit, and he's mad. Just a few shows ago, Brian said he's indigenous. No, we are indigenous to America, and Nature Boy's Puerto Rican. He's Afro Latino. Yeah, Nature Boy's Afro Latino, and there's nothing wrong with that. And let's you again. Let's say that is true. Let's say that Nature Boy is indigenous. So the fuck what? If he's indigenous, he's indigenous. What do you want me to do if he was? He's just a fucked up Pan African, a foundational Black American that went Pan African. That's all it means. Like I said, you can't answer the question. You have a hard time answering those type of questions because those questions you have no answers for. Black Snow Bunny King. Yada. Give me a second, everybody. No. Yeah, it's just like y'all can't answer those questions. All y'all got is, oh yeah, Black Americans are fucking a hate cult. How the fuck we're a hate cult? And when I ask you to explain it, you can't even explain it to me. Uh, yeah, I would have denied that shit too. But yeah, let's personally be honest. You know, it's and Snow Bunny King. I gave you chances. You know, and that's strike two, my nigga. No one is mad. You are mad because at the end of the day, why do you Let me ask you crazy. Let me ask you a question. If I'm batshit crazy, if I'm batshit crazy, Snow Bunny King, why do you care? You don't know me from a hole in the wall, my nigga. You don't know me from a hole in the wall. You care how I feel about Pan Africanism? Fuck Pan Africanism. That shit is dead. Like I said, Pan African organization is dead like Ja Rule's career. His it's dead like his music career, my nigga. What are you gonna do? You're not gonna do anything. You're still having a hard time. Let me tell you something. You haven't came to reality that the shit is gone. It's dead. The shit is dead. Like, why do you care? Are you that mad at me because what I said? Or, you know, it, it I don't know what you Snow Bunny King. Ron's acting like he's out here making groundbreaking. See, I told you everybody he's worried about me. He's worried about everything I said. Everything I say, he's worried. You know? Like I made my point. These Pan Africans care about what we say. They're scared. They're scared of what's going on right now. This shit is serious for them. Give me a second, everybody. That's why I'm gonna give y'all I'm gonna tell y'all everything that I just said to this man. I asked him about I asked him about the honorable, and I call him honorable Patrice Lumumba. I said, why didn't I asked Shabaka, why didn't his people help him? There should have been somebody that could have done something. There should have been some type of civil war, you know. And don't get me wrong, they have done something at the end, but that's when shit becomes shoulda, woulda, coulda. You know, because I believe I'm gonna say this personally. To me, I do believe Congolese has a better chance of uniting their people out of any other country in Africa. I believe they do have a chance of doing that. Is that a big if? Yes, it's a big if. But like I said, when a lot of these people get out of Africa and go to like certain parts of Europe, they stick together and they don't give a fuck what tribe they are in. You know, only thing, and I'm gonna say, let's scratch out the European flags. They hold that Congolese flag. They don't hold no tribalistic flag. They hold the Congolese flag. You know, but like I said, it comes to a point wherein you have to go back in history and not let it repeat itself. And that's one thing I could say about Congolese people is that they did not let that happen with Belgium ever again. And I'm gonna say this: they have been doing the right thing. They've been putting Patrice Lumumba's family been putting in the work to get this man indicted. Even though he died, he got indicted. He didn't have a good rest of his life. He had to go to court for this bullshit. And they were talking about war crimes. They wasn't talking about no regular crimes and shit. They were talking about war crimes. And shout out, let me tell you something. I understand that it didn't work as they thought it was working, but at least they made a step of getting somewhere. Getting somewhere. Now, the question I asked, where were Pan Africanism? And do I think Patrice Lumumba was a Pan Africanist? Probably. Because he loved Africa. That man loved Africa. But it didn't do him no justice because he died. Was there nobody to help MLK? They burned down towns and cities because of these people died. Let's not do that, Black Snow Bunny King. Let's not play that game. We know what happened. They had to call fucking James Brown. They had to call the celebrities to tell us to chill the fuck out. There was people, yo, sure, Black Snow Bunny King. I don't think you understand. Niggas was losing money. Niggas was losing money. Those people that you were named, those were the FBI's and the CIA's was after them. Those are the people the FBI and CIA was after. They wasn't after no fucking Pan Africanism. They created Pan Africanism. A white man created Pan Africanism. Let's be honest. Can we be honest? Let me ask you a question, Snow Bunny King. Did the white supremacists create Pan Africanism? Who got her there? Who got her there? Black Snow Bunny King. Black Americans stayed on code and hid her everywhere until she left the country. That's the only time you should leave the country, when you're doing some civil rights shit. You don't leave the country because you're dying from starvation, nigga. That's what your peoples did, Snow Bunny King. And I'm not shitting on you, but let's all be honest. We don't want to hear about no freedom fighting shit coming from people who scared to fight for their rights in their country. I understand if you leave a town, a city. Hey, Lala Brown, how's it going in Florida? Did they deport a lot of people back? You're afraid to speak to? No, you just a broke nigga, Shabaka. You need to pay a donation. That's all I'm telling you. Just pay a donation. I'll let you jump up on here and talk. You don't want to pay. Now you gotta wait until Friday. Even if I do, that's if I do a show on Friday. That's if I do a show on Friday, Shabaka. You still begging to come up here. Why you keep begging? That's your problem. You beg, you bitch, and what, you scared to have me up here? Why you don't want me up here? I'm gonna win the debate, nigga? I don't give a fuck, nigga. If you win, you win, my nigga. But you gotta pay a donation, my nigga. You want to pay? You go to a restaurant. You think you're gonna eat for free, nigga? You pay for the service. You're paying for the service, Shabaka. You don't want to pay for the service, so you can't come up here. Notice how unsure Black Americans. He says, "Why?" They did create. You know what? Know why? How I know? We're gonna watch a video on it today. Yes, Black Snow Bunny King. You open that can of worms, so you better stay on this show. You better stay on this show because yeah, the white supremacists created Pan Africanism. Hey, bros, haven't seen them. Lala Brown don't like them. Like, yo, get these niggas out of here. Shout out to Lala Brown. He sounds like that. Okay, we're gonna watch a video on it today. You gotta stay online today, Snow Bunny King. Yeah, we're gonna see where Pan Africanism came from. It didn't come from them African. It came from them infiltrating a foundational Black American. You haven't done anything and no nothing about the Black liberation because there is no Black liberation out of the Pan Africanism. Only thing Pan Africanism did was infiltrated with their organization. Whenever you have a black face onto something, y'all want to say Pan Africanism did it. Again, Black Snow Bunny King, you don't have to be here. I'm telling you, you don't have to. I'm pleading with you to leave, nigga. Go on. Please leave, nigga. Please leave. Please leave, Snow Bunny King. Niggas don't want you here, nigga. Go to them niggas with the sage instance and the kufis and the daishikis, nigga. I don't give a fuck, nigga. I'm telling you to leave, Snow Bunny King. I don't give a fuck if you stay or leave. The fuck? Oh my god. Nigga, you think you're the best thing? Let me tell you what you think. Let me tell you what your problem is, Snow Bunny King and Shabaka. I tell you this all the time. My nigga, y'all niggas think y'all special. Shabaka, you think you special too, nigga. There ain't nothing special about you. All you two are is failed civil rights activists. That's all y'all are. Y'all are failed civil rights activists. Shabaka is a a retired loser talking blackety black shit with a white nurse. Snow Bunny King is a conscious pan janitor. That's what you are. A conscious pan janitor, nigga. Yo, this nigga is crazy. Yo, nigga, y'all both are failed losers, nigga. I have to say, and the thing about it, y'all stopped fighting. Y'all gave up. Shabaka, you gave up. You exposed yourself. You was talking blackety black shit until your white nurse got there. It's Mr. Shabaka, can you get off? Yes, sir, ma'am. I get off. I'm sorry about the blackety black talk. Uh, Nigga, you was scared, nigga. You look like yo. You looked at her like she was beating you, nigga. You was, nigga, that's how you was looking. Yeah, nigga, you was scared, Shabaka. You could talk all that Nigeria, it was a Niger shit all you want, my nigga. Them niggas haven't been free since 1865. I'm gonna be personally honest. That whole continent of Africa hasn't been free since 1865 when they sold out other Africans, you know? And the reason why I said 1865 because of the Berlin Conference. That's when they started breaking your fucking continent up. Y'all didn't have flags. Y'all didn't have these names. Y'all didn't have colonial areas. It was all tribal area. Y'all was living lovely, selling Africans, violating them, then selling them to, getting them from the Arabs, then selling them to the Europeans. Y'all was a piece of shit. Like we gotta be personally honest about that. Y'all did some piece of shit. And let me tell you what makes you and Snow Bunny King a piece of shit because you defend that shit. You defend that of Africans. You don't hold them accountable. I accountability, I hold them up to it. And this is why a lot of Africans respect me for that. I have to hold you accountable for it. Doesn't mean I hate you. I have to hold you accountable because I don't even know if you saw my ancestors. I don't know that, nigga. It's up in the air. Who knows? I might have a family member that was a part, part in Africa or some shit like that. I don't know, but I had to be honest about it. Like, yeah, nigga, that shit was that was some herb shit you just did. That's some sucker shit you just did. Cause I called out your bullshit. It's divisive. Oh, it's divisive. Nah, nigga, you did it. That's what your peoples did. I'm just calling you out for it. The fuck? But Shabaka, you still haven't answered the question. Snow Bunny King, you still haven't answered the question. And only thing you said was Pan-Africanism brings black people together, brings the black diaspora together. The question I asked you after is how? How do they do that? How? I'll be right back in 30 seconds, but Shabaka, you need to think of that shit. Because if not, that's going to be strike one, all right? So I'll be back. Let's see. Let's see if he answered the question, everybody. I will always defend Africa. You make Any sense. You make no sense. That's what he's trying to say. You make no sense. That's what he's trying to say. But Africa to speak to me, delineate, keep Africa out of your mouth. You that Africa, you afraid, you afraid shit. You cannot. What the fuck are you trying to say, Shabaka? Shabaka, that's strike one. I told you answer the question. I don't care how you feel, my nigga, because this show is not how does Shabaka feel, because Shabaka is special. You're not special here, nigga. I'm telling you, Shabaka, you're not special. I ask you a question. What makes the Pan African movement brings blacks and the black Americans and the black diaspora together? He's still that's strike two. You're gonna go back. This time you're gonna be doing 30 minutes, Shabaka. This is what I get out of everybody. I want y'all to pay attention. This is what we get out of Pan Africanism. You ask them a question about a serious question. I ask them, what what is the benefits that we get out of Pan Africanism that brings us together? What do we, how do we benefit off of that? This is a coward speak man to me. No, Shabbat, give a donation, my nigga. Stop always looking for a fucking handout, Shabaka. You ain't getting handouts. I told you I talked to the team, and the team said no, no more. Stop bringing this old nigga up here. That's what they said. That old nigga don't know what he's talking. Yeah, niggas was saying yeah, niggas is lacing this shit or something. Let me see. This is easy. Oh, man. Give me a second, everybody. Give me a second, everybody. Somebody text me or call me. All right, I'm back, everybody. But yeah, Shabaka, this is what they don't want your old ass up here, man. If you ain't paying no money, we gotta hear all that old nigga shit. You gotta pay, my nigga. Everybody's paying a piper. If anybody wants to get up here, you can pay or you can wait until Friday. You can wait until Friday, right, Shabaka? And to say all that dumb shit. Niggas don't want to hear all that dumb shit. Niggas was mad at me when that bullshit was happening. I'm honest about it. It was like niggas don't want to hear that shit. Niggas don't want to hear Shabaka. And they always say that, like, yo, what is this nigga talking about? He's not even answering the question. You have to keep on stopping the man. And like Shabaka, we already know why you're mad. You're mad because black Americans are not helping. You just let black Americans is letting them die on that sword, live and die on that sword. Who told me? Ask you a question, Shabaka. No matter what Africans do, you're not from Harlem. Stop it. Did you see the African? You're not from Harlem, Shabaka. Why are you even talking about Harlem? Them nasty motherfuckers. Oh, that's Lala Brown. Them nasty motherfuckers were eating off the ground with the. Ew! I just read that. That is so nasty. I'm gonna put that shit up there. Oh my god, that is so nasty. But yeah, it's oh African shit is better than yellow. Shabaka, your shit is not good. If your shit was good, you would have your own channel. I would be on your channel if you had your own channel. But you ain't worth a pot to piss in, my nigga. I'm gonna be personally honest. You just talk about stupid shit and talk about Tariq Nasheed. He's CIA. It's Tariq. It's Tariq. Tariq is not on it. Tariq, let it be known. Tariq is. It's Tariq. He's CIA. He FBI. He's stealing your money. Tariq stealing your money. That's all we hear all day. Tariq is a pimp and he killed somebody. He a murderer. Nigga, he's a murderer. He'll be in prison. You just mad because he slapped fuckers in Tanaka Bay, nigga. That's why you're mad. He put hands on Tanaka. Tanaka Bay hasn't been the same ever since too. So yeah, Tariq did put hands on that nigga. That was foul. Tariq Nasheed, that wasn't even right what you did to Tanaka Bay. Nigga put hands on him. Yeah. Yeah. Slap that nigga like he owed the money, man. But Shabaka, you still haven't answered the question. You know, all you did was defend. Like, let me tell you how bad it is, Shabaka. Stupid bullshit. You are afraid FBAs are idiots. That Tariq Nasheed's. I told you that nigga always about that pimping shit. Y'all got. Let me ask y'all a question, Shabaka. You think I'm gonna follow Pan Africanism and they don't even know what a foundational Black American is? Like, why would I follow you if I have to keep on telling you what a foundational Black American is? Like, that's an issue. Like, to me, I think that's mental health. You know, you hate my show, you hate everything I say, but you come on my show. You know, you're trying to jump on a link. You know, you're trying to talk to me, and you hate the show. That's mental health, my nigga. It is. It's mental health. You want to be on the show that you hate. There's something wrong with you, Shabaka. You is Nobody King. There's something wrong with you. And this is why I always say, yo, you know what? At least, at least Kwame goes on multiple shows. He goes on multiple shows. You come on this show damn near every day, Shabaka, saying the same shit. The same shit. Give me a second, everybody. I gotta look something up. Mm, but yeah, it comes. I'm gonna say this, Shabaka. It does come to a point when y'all just fucking up. You know, y'all just fucking up. You don't hold Pan Africanism accountable for anything. You know, and this is all I ask you to do: just hold them accountable. You don't even want to hold them accountable. You don't, Shabaka. You don't even hold them accountable for slavery. For slavery, like this is why I say, why would any Black American would want to follow Pan Africanism? You call us xenophobic, but the shit that y'all do isn't xenophobic. You hate Black Americans because they say that they're foundation Black Americans. And I think he has gone so he can't function. He can't because you're right, Lala Brown, and like I said, it's coming to a point where what's the whole use of having Pan Africanism? I mean, what is the whole use? Like even talking to these folks. And the thing about it, I do y'all niggas a solid. I'm the one that does y'all a solid. You know, like, yeah, you know what? Let these niggas be on here. Let them talk this dumb shit. As many times niggas like block them, do this, do that. No, I don't do that. I was like, nah. But I can't. The thing about it, but I'm getting complaints now. I'm getting complaints where they're saying, well, you know what? Rosalind, this shit's killing the show. Shabaka's spamming the fucking live. This is what they're saying, Shabaka. They're saying you're spamming the chats. They say they saying Snow Bunny King is spamming the chats, saying the same dumb shit. This is what they're saying. So what do you want me to say, Shabaka? How do you want me to defend you? You led niggas astray. You led black Americans astray. Now they're pushing back and saying, like, yo, we don't want to fuck with these niggas because they putting us in a very bad situation. You're saying, oh, look at the hate. They hate being African. Nigga, we hate fucking with you. We've been told you just leave us the fuck alone. Let us fight for what we fight for. Look what you do. You infiltrate everything that we have done. We talk about reparation. Now when we get like a little inch, you talk about reparation should be for all black people. That's like talking about black murder. Then you say, why you only talk about black murder? Let's talk about all murder. This is the shit that you do, Shabaka. You cannot defend the FBA because the FBA hasn't done anything but cry and complain. But okay, Shabaka, well, we can say the same thing about Pan Africanism. Because I asked you what has Pan Africanism has done for Black Americans, Black American unity, and how do they benefit off of it? You couldn't answer it for me. You're the biggest joke of them all. You're the biggest joke of them all, Shabaka. Because I'm asking you the question. I'm not asking a hard question. I'm asking a simple question. You got mad at me and jumped out the fucking window. I asked you what has Pan Africanism done for what does Pan Africanism benefit for Black Americans, or Pan Africanism or Black unity benefit for Black Americans? How do we benefit off this shit? And I'm telling you, we don't benefit off of it, and you're proving my point because look what you have done, Shabaka. I asked you the same thing over and over. You talk about Tariq Nasheed. I said, how does it benefit foundational Black American, also known as Black Americans? You started still talking about niggas is crying and complaining. Like Shabaka. This is why I say it's a failed organization. It's a failed movement. Your movement is as worse as the fucking Ku Klux Klan and as these white supremacists, the white nationalism. That's how failures that y'all are. Keep Pan Africanism out your mouth. You are here talking about Pan Africanism. You haven't done shit. FBA. Okay, so Shabaka, you can't answer the question. I have to put you in timeout again, everybody. Yeah, we got to put him in timeout again. This is the type of bullshit that we get. This is what we get with Pan Africanism. And I have to make it longer. See, and this is where I say I give him the benefit of the doubt, but the nigga, he's a fuck up. He's a loser. Shabaka is a straight up fucking loser. I gave him the benefit of the doubt to make his case. Maybe I could have been like, and I'm a reasonable person. I would have been like, oh, well, you're probably right, Shabaka. All he has done is attack a Black Americans. That's all he done. Attack a Black Americans. Because we have a different point of view on Pan Africanism. If we can't disagree, what the fuck are we talking for? Why the fuck are you talking to me? Why are you even here? That's the real question. Why are you even here if we can't have this conversation? This goes to you too, Black Snow Bunny King. If we can't have this conversation and I can't ask the question, how does Black Americans benefit from Pan-Africanism and Black unity? Give me a second, everybody. Like, yeah, why aren't we having these conversations? Why you want to have these conversations with us? We're asking a we're not asking no difficult question. We're not asking those, oh, I got your question. See, yeah, see, I got the Pan Africans. No, we're really trying to see what the fuck is going on because we're finding out weird shit about Pan Africanism. But none of you, but the thing, this is the thing. None of y'all have no answer for Pan Africanism and all their fuck ups. We ask you, why y'all keep on defending the slave trade? These were slave sellers. Y'all got so happy when this guy from Africa came over here and tried to talk for black Americans, and his people were part of the slave trade. So why the fuck are you on here? That's the thing, Snow Bunny King. Why the fuck are you on here? You're just here to waste time. You know? This is everybody, this is the problem. These people are the fucking problems. When we ask the question, we get a whole fucking song and dance and taking all around fucking Wakanda. We're asking a question. It's a simple mix. St. Michael's. What's going on, St. Michael's? I'm cooking right now, and here comes your dumb ass. You know what? What's so crazy? He gets mad at you saying you're in a cult when they want you to have a Pan African hive mind. Yeah, that's weird, Lala. Yeah, that is weird. Like this is what I don't get about these Pan Africans. Like I'm asking these questions. We're trying to figure it out. You know, I who knows? We could have came to a point, and we could have came to a point where Pan Africans and foundational Black Americans can talk, and we can talk about what is the fucking problem. I'm asking the question. What part of the unity that Black Americans benefit off of the Black diaspora? First of all, we don't need no more friends. So I don't get it. What are they trying to say? At least the people of Pan Africanism are actually black people. But Pan Africanism was created by a white supremacist. It was created by your peoples, Saint Michael. Pan Africanism was created by your peoples, and it was funded by the CIA. Even at Michael knows we educated. He said black people. He didn't say Africans. How the fuck you talking about IQ and you can't read what that nigga said? How the fuck you talk about IQ and you don't know what a foundational black American is? Niggas tell you it's a lineage. We explained that it was a lineage, but you still don't understand that, Snow Bunny King. That's how you know that you got a low IQ. And I don't like to do the IQ thing because it's a white supremacist thing. You know, that's what they used to do to black Americans to make them feel like they were lower as. And again, that's a white supremacist thing that you are using. A white supremacist talking point. Um, if you lived in South Africa, they classify you as color or mix. Uh, rather than calling you black. Probably. Who knows? St. Michael's probably. I don't know, man. I'm just glad I don't live in fucking South Africa, man. South Africa's dirty. It smells. It stinks. You know. Like I said, I'll probably want to live in Congo because there's some bad bitches in Congo. You know. I wouldn't want to live there forever. I'll probably flee myself. It's the government. It's the government. Shout out to the Congolese people and stuff like that. But nah, I would never want to live in Congo. I would even visit. I'll go visit y'all niggas in France, nigga. Like I said, I'll visit y'all Africans in France or Belgium. Not Belgium. I won't go to y'all. I'll visit y'all in France. You know, France is dirty and France is dirty too. So yeah. Let's see. Okay, it's about to rain. But yeah, this is the obvious reason why FBAs are so against the uh, premise of genetics testing to prove their claim. Let me ask you a question. Did remember my premise? Um, you said was it premise of genetics testing? You said that, right? When I told you the premise of genetics of white people of the white race, you got mad at me, St. Michael's. And this was scientists that told the Moors this, and you got mad. And I said, I said the Moors and the commit, and even scientists said that y'all have genetics of dog, pig, and Neanderthal, also known as monkey. That's why they said that you don't have hair, you have fur. These are your scientists that said that you had the genetics of that. I never, I would never say anything like that, but they have said that. And you got. So, where is your premise of genetics? Your genetic testing of that. Is that true or untrue? You're a descendant of a sub-Saharan Western Africa. I will say this. I will give you a pushback and say this. I don't think there is no such thing as a sub-Saharan Western African, because all those people now are mixed. They're mixed with other tribes and stuff. I will tell you that. Let me see, and it'll prove that they're all mixed race. But but St. Michael's, I never said you was wrong. I did tell you Black Americans are mixed race. I have agreed with you. I said that I agree with you. I never said that you're wrong. I said I told you that Black Americans are admixtures of a lot of different of multiple races. I didn't say that you were wrong. Like, you're trying to argue with me, St. Michael's. I never said that you was wrong. Yep, I can tell the ones with the different blends because some have it. You did. Some have hog heads, some have. Is it St. Michael's? I'm not saying you're right or wrong. I'm not. I'm telling you that Black Americans is an admixture race, just like Latinos. Latinos is an admixture race. The Puerto Ricans, the Dominicans, the Argentinians, they whiten up their race. But they do have black genetics. Um, the Brazilians, they have an admixture race. I'm not saying that you're wrong, St. Michael's. You're talking to me like I said that you were wrong. Indians are not Native American. America, it was India, superior, original. Indians, Native Americans are mulattoes, and white. I guess mulattoes and white. I will give you a good pushback. Was it nigga? Was it nigga Indian? I will say this. Whites are Ellis Island babies. Those are immigrants. I believe white people are immigrants because they can tell us where they're from in Europe. Black Americans can't do that. Natives kind of could do that if they really trace back their lineage, because they weren't. I don't think they were here that long. They were and they weren't. Some of them were, some of them weren't. Um, but I'll say this just to say that you are right. We are an admixture of white genetics too. You know, because I'm gonna ask you this: where where in any continent that a black race that the black race was not at? That's the real question. Where in a world that the black race was never at? We were everywhere. It's just we became an admixture. It's just somebody told us this bullshit story about black Americans being Africans, only just Africans, and that fully can't be true. You know, yeah, yeah, to a certain extent that couldn't be true. Was it PR, Dominican Republic, PRDR, Brazil's are all nationalities. Those aren't. I said they are an admixtures of other races. That's what I said, St. Michael's. I think you need to listen. Listening is a key. Is a key. Nigga, Indians, Cuban. It was a ooh Caribbean niggas, West Indians, neither African. All Aboriginal people or brown people who are labeled black. Yeah, I can agree with that too. Was a nigga Indian? I can kind of agree with that. Yeah. It's and Snow Bunny King. I'm just giving a theory. That's what I believe. You believe you're African, but you're more Jamaican. You're probably more Taino than the fucking Puerto Ricans and Dominicans. And maybe even Indian, because y'all had Indian people over there. So it's just you an admixture of others. Their efficiency when not close to the equator is proof of that. Again, this is simply genetics and. Snow Bunny King, what is wrong? I mean, not Snow Bunny King. Saint Michael's, what's wrong with you? But we're gonna start the show, everybody. But don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat. I'm about to turn the chat into subscribers only, so definitely subscribe. Also share to five different platforms or five different people, or you can do three people, two different platforms, three platforms, two different people. No matter how you do it, just make it five. Five is my favorite number. Bronze, go ahead and look up. I'll look it up later. You're probably right. I don't know. I don't know. St. Michael's. I don't know because I never thought of shit like that. Plenty of black doctors talk about it. Yeah, I never thought about it. And like also I said, remember what I told you, St. Michael's? I was like, yo, white people are not that old. Like their race is not that old, you know. Indian said before white changed it. Oh, see, I didn't know that. Okay. That's super dope. I didn't know that. But give me like 30 seconds, everybody. We're gonna start the show. I'm gonna take a quick break, go get some tea. And don't forget, everybody, Friday is Shot Friday. So definitely send in your donations and your cash apps, and also for the subscribers, I need y'all to subscribe, so I can take them shots on Friday. So if you're gonna subscribe on Friday. All right, I'm back, everybody. Let me see what y'all. Oh, y'all's talking about some crazy shit, huh? Yeah, I told y'all I'm back. Let's see. All right, so we're gonna get into a few videos and we're gonna break this down. Hold on a second. This is. All right, we're gonna get into a few things. We got quite a few things. Oh fuck! Why did I do that? Give me a second, everybody. What was that one? Give me a second. I just deleted something. Oh my god! Give me a second, everybody. I gotta find this. Let's do Pan-African. Pan-African unity, yada yada yada. Pan-African unity. Give me a second, everybody. Yeah, I just deleted something. All right, let me see. Let's see. Yada yada yada. Africanism. Yeah. All right. Here's 29. This one. Yes, this one. All right. Oh, wrong one. All right, here we go. So this one is a quick video. It will explain the idea of African unity with Pan-Africanism. So I think this was very important that they talked about this. So we'll break this down. And this lady is Norin. I think we have watched her videos a few times. She's all right, but I'm not a big fan. I'm not really a big fan of her stuff, but she does have some decent content. So definitely, support her.
Same time, millions of content went here. Most people think the idea of African unity started in Africa, but it didn't. The idea that would later be called Pan-Africanism actually began thousands of miles away. My name is Noreen, and this is Real Africa Stories. To understand this story, we need to go back to the late 1800s. At that time, almost the entire African continent was under European colonial rule. At the same time, millions of people of African descent were living across the Caribbean, the Americas, and Europe because of the transatlantic slave trade. And something interesting began happening. African intellectuals in the diaspora started asking a powerful question. Why were African people across the world facing the same struggles? Colonial domination in Africa, racial discrimination in the Americas, economic exploitation in many parts of the world. So activists and thinkers began organizing international meetings to discuss the future of African people. These gatherings became known as the Pan-African Congresses. One of the key figures behind them was W.E.B. Du Bois. Du Bois believed Africans and people of
He was a half breed, but he was a black American. He went with black American culture. He didn't go with Haitian culture because he was half Haitian.
African descent needed to work together globally to challenge colonial rule and racial injustice. But then another voice pushed the idea even further. Marcus Garvey. Garvey spoke about Black pride, African identity, and economic independence. His message reached millions across the Caribbean, the United States, and Africa itself. And slowly, a powerful idea began to take shape.
So I'll say this. I do agree with her when she said that it did reach the Caribbeans in America, but also she has to understand that Marcus Garvey got pushed out of America and Jamaica. He never been to Africa. He died in the UK. So I think also she has to bring that up as well. It's not a pretty ending of a story, but at the end of the day, that's his story. That's a Marcus Garvey story. You know, Black Americans wasn't really fucking with what he was saying, and the Jamaicans pushed him out. They voted for a white president before they voted for him. So that's telling you something.
An idea that would later be called Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism is the belief that people of African descent around the world share a connected history and should support each other politically, economically, and culturally. But the story becomes even more dramatic in the 1950s and 1960s, because this was when African countries began gaining independence from colonial rule. And one leader in particular embraced the idea of Pan-African unity, Kwame Nkrumah. Nkrumah believed independence for individual countries was only the first step. He believed Africa's real strength would come from unity. In fact, he proposed something extraordinary: a United States of Africa. One continent, one political voice, shared economic power. But here's something many people don't realize. Even among African leaders, this idea was deeply debated. Some supported Nkrumah's vision of rapid political unity. Others believed it would be too risky. Countries had only just gained independence. Why give up sovereignty so quickly? This disagreement led to two political camps. The Casablanca group supported stronger political unity. The Monrovia group preferred cooperation between independent states instead of a single government. In 1963, African leaders gathered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The result was the creation of the Organization of African Unity. It was a compromise. Africa would cooperate politically, but it would remain a continent of independent nations. Years later, the OAU evolved into what we now know as the African Union. But the dream that Nkrumah imagined, a truly united Africa, has never fully happened. And sometimes I think about this. If Africa had united economically and politically in the 1960s, how different might the world look today?
Hold up.
So I'm curious.
I don't think y'all heard her what she said. Listen to what she just said.
Has never fully happened.
Listen.
And sometimes I think about this. If Africa had united economically and politically in the 1960s, how different might the world look today?
Now the question is, why didn't they unify? It wasn't because, oh yeah, it was risky. It's because, yo, you know what? They did the Felix Tahit, what's his name? Tijuana shit. When he said the niggas problem is not our problem. It, Black unity wasn't their problem at that time. Was it some people's problem? Were there some rioters? Yes, there were rioters, but we can't sit here and act like, oh, whoa, collectively all of them were for black unity. No, absolutely not. We're not going to sit here and lie and say that.
So I'm curious what you think. Could Africa ever become politically united? Or is Pan Africanism stronger as a cultural and global identity rather than a single government? This is the Africa you're not shown, but I am here to show you.
So shout out to Shorty, man. She was getting busy out here. She was spitting some facts. I'm not gonna sit here and act like that. And she's probably a Pan Africanist, but she was out here really spitting some facts. But sometimes the wheel just doesn't turn that way. It just doesn't turn that way. There's a reason why it doesn't turn that way. But now we're gonna talk about this. It's a little quick 10 minutes. It's a Pan Africanism, a story of unity, liberation, and pride. You know, this is the question I was asking Shabaka. How does Black Americans how do we benefit, and what is Pan Africanism? Right now, we're talking about and we're figuring out what is Pan Africanism. The lady told us cuts and parts of what Pan Africanism is. Now the question is, like, how do we understand? Like, say if I'm a fucking idiot, how do I understand this is Pan Africanism?
Yet, in the heart of the continent and among its global diaspora, a vision endured, a vision of unity, liberation, and pride. This vision is Pan-Africanism. What does it mean to unite millions of people across borders, oceans, and generations? What does it mean to reclaim a continent's dignity and shape its future? This is the story of Pan-Africanism, a movement born in struggle, nurtured in hope, and alive in the hearts of millions. Pan-Africanism is more than a political idea. It is a philosophy, a call to action, and a cultural awakening. It asserts that all people of African descent share a common identity, a shared history, and a collective future. From the deserts of the Sahara to the Caribbean islands, from the streets of Harlem to the cities of Lagos, Pan-Africanism has inspired leaders, activists, and ordinary people alike. The movement promotes unity among African nations, restores cultural pride, and supports self-determination.
So I'm gonna give pushback, everybody. The reason why I'm giving pushback, where are these African leaders? Look like a coat to me. Yeah, I agree with you, Lala Brown. It looks like a coat to me too. But the question I want to ask to everybody: where are these African leaders that didn't get like Black American influence? You know, there were some, like I said, Patrice Lumumba, he probably had some Black American influence, but he went to like Moscow and shit. He probably read a Black American book and said, I wanted to do that. But I'm not going to take credit and say, like, yeah, that's Black American. He was inspired, but influenced, that was his own influence. Because he was fighting for his country. He wasn't doing this flat blackness, you know? Pan Africanism is a way to steal from Black Americans with a smile. Yes, I do agree with that. I'm gonna put that up there. It's a Pan Africanism is a transaction, as I'd say. It's a transaction. We get nothing from it. You know, you get called brother, you get a dashiki and a kufi, and one of them African medallion chains. That's what I think we get out of it. 54 countries, thousands of tribes in Africa. Pan Africanism is Africa's worship. Yeah, I think so too. I'm gonna call you Nigs. I'm gonna agree with you, Nigs. The reason why I'm agreeing with you because I think Pan Africanism is trying to find an identity. They're looking for an identity, you know. You are timing me out because you don't want to. No, I'm timing you out because I'm asking you a question, Shabaka, and you're not answering it. When I ask you a question, I don't need to hear about Tariq Nasheed. I don't need to hear about FBAs if I'm not asking an FBA question. I'm asking you, what are you doing for? And I might say FBA, but when I say FBA, also known as Black Americans, I say Black Americans so you can stay focused because you don't know what a foundational Black American is. You keep on giving misinformation. Pan Africanism, Garveyism is still Shabaka. It's not growing in America. It's not growing in Africa. There's wars right now, and this is. I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna even show you even further. Go with me. Let's keep on going.
It challenges the legacy of colonialism and slavery, advocating for economic, political, and social liberation. Even today, Pan-Africanism influences politics, culture, and international relations, reminding the world that Africa's story is far from over. Historical origins. Pan-Africanism began in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, during a time when Africa was under colonial rule and millions of Africans lived in diaspora communities facing racism and marginalization. Colonization had stripped African nations of sovereignty, imposed foreign governments, and exploited local populations for European economic gain. Families were torn apart, languages were suppressed, and cultural traditions were attacked. Visionaries like W.E.B. Du Bois, a scholar, writer, and activist, recognized the urgent need for African and African descendant solidarity. Du Bois believed that Africans everywhere shared a collective destiny and that their liberation depended on unity and education. In 1900, he organized the first Pan-African Congress in London, bringing together leaders and intellectuals from Africa, the Caribbean, and the Americas. This meeting laid the foundation for decades of advocacy and political action. Marcus Garvey, a Jamaican visionary, took Pan-Africanism to the streets, inspiring millions with his message of pride, self-reliance, and empowerment. Garvey founded the Universal Negro Improvement Association, UNIA, which promoted economic independence, African-centered education, and the idea that Africans should govern their own communities and control their resources. Garvey's ideas resonated across the globe, igniting hope in African diaspora communities in the United States, the Caribbean, and Europe. Early Pan-African thinkers emphasized two key concepts. Africa's destiny was inseparable from the unity of its people, and cultural identity and pride were essential weapons against oppression. Through newspapers, speeches, lectures, and grassroots organizing, Pan-Africanism took shape as a global movement of ideas, hope, and resilience. The movement was not just political, it was cultural. It recognized that reclaiming African history, traditions, and languages was as critical as political independence. African music, dance, literature, and visual arts became tools to assert dignity and resist cultural erasure. These ideas traveled across the Atlantic, connecting the struggles of Africans on the continent with those of the diaspora. Core principles and ideals. The principles of Pan-Africanism continue to guide the movement today. Unity among African nations is essential. Colonization had divided the continent into artificial borders, causing conflict, weakening political power, and limiting economic potential. Pan-Africanism called for solidarity among nations, fostering cooperation instead of competition. Cultural pride is equally vital. Colonization sought to erase African heritage, impose foreign languages, and devalue African achievements. Pan-Africanism challenged these ideas by celebrating Africa's.
Okay, now Shabaka, this might be strike one again. What FBA are they paying to hold Pan Africanism down? Lala wants y'all niggas to go home. But yeah, where are they, Shabaka? Who are these people that you're saying that FBAs are getting paid? Oh, indigenous people are black. Come on. Yeah, I agree with that, Niggs.
History.
Oh, sorry,
African
everybody.
music, dance, literature. It recognized that reclaiming African history, traditions, and languages was as critical as political independence. African music, dance, literature, and visual
But this is the thing: a lot of Black Americans don't listen to African music. So that's a this is where I said the misinformation is coming in at, because what African music I listen to African music, but I'm not everybody. I know a lot of Black people don't listen to African music. You know, I like it, but I know a lot of Black Americans don't listen to it. They don't get inspired by it. Um, I think if anybody's going to get inspired by it, it'll be Caribbean people because they have that African background. You know, it's cool. Shabaka, that's strike one. I didn't ask that question. Tariq, Tariq is a multimillionaire. What is some nigga pennies is gonna do to stop Pan Africanism? Even though the CIA funded Pan Africanism, they funded it. We had a show on this, Shabaka. Don't act dumb now. I've never heard their music outside. I never heard Afrobeats. That's the thing. I'm gonna be personally, I never even heard a Burna Boy song. You know, that's how uninterested I am in that, because it's not their own traditional. I'd rather listen to their traditional music than to listen to whatever the fuck they're trying to do. You know, I think that I always say this, and this is why I always praise Africans in France, is because they have more pride in their music and their culture. And yes, they do use Black American culture, but they also put their own culture into it too. That's why when you look at France, like the African France, they dance a little bit different than us. They might dance similar. They might have similar like influence, like drill music and shit like that. But they have their own way of doing stuff. Not like the Africans in America, not like the British in America. The British in America, they're kind of trying to move it because they get in a rude awakening by Black Americans, but it's slowly but surely. But in America, they always trying to stick their self onto Black Americans, and I think this is when shit gets fucked up, you know.
arts became tools to assert dignity and resist cultural erasure.
Mm.
These ideas traveled across the Atlantic, connecting the struggles of Africans on the continent with those of the diaspora. Core principles and ideals. The principles of Pan-Africanism continue to guide the movement today. Unity among African nations is essential. Colonization had divided the continent into artificial borders, causing conflict, weakening political power, and limiting economic potential. Pan-Africanism called for solidarity among nations, fostering cooperation instead of competition. Cultural pride is equally vital. Colonization sought to erase African heritage, impose foreign languages, and devalue African achievements. Pan-Africanism challenged these ideas by celebrating Africa's history, languages, arts, and spiritual traditions. Reclaiming culture became a form of resistance.
He's not popular in America, in North America. He's probably popular in Europe. Yes, I would agree if you say he's popular in Europe. Um, Shabak, you gotta stop dick riding, man. I know he's African, but let me ask you a question: do you worship Africans, Shabaka? Like, do you worship it? If a nigga be like, "Yeah, suck that nigga's dick, I'll let you become African," would you do that? Like, that's what you that's the vibes that you're fucking giving me, man. Like, fall back a little bit, nigga. Chill. That's what you gotta chill a little bit, Shabaka. Like, damn, nigga. I know you love Africa and the country, but there ain't shit that anybody wants off that country. Only probably white people with their resources. But Shabaka, why aren't you over there fighting? It's just. It's like, wait a moment. time trying to convince the members of his cult that Pan-Africanism, but it is dead. And right now I'm giving you light. I'm giving you light of what Pan-Africanism is. Um, Black Snow Bunny King. This is the thing. You're so defensive with me. You're not even under. You're not even. You don't even understand when I'm giving you light of saying like, okay, this is what Pan Africanism is. This is the whole ideology of Pan Africanism. You know, you're not even letting me give you. You're not. I'm not. You won't even let me throw you a bone and saying like, oh yeah, this is what Pan Africanism. Where you never will tell me that I'm right, even though I'm giving you credit of what Pan Africanism is. They told you what Pan Africanism is. And all you did was attack me. You didn't get far, but this is where I say this is why I don't use that IQ shit because you can't even tell when I'm praising something.
Reminding people that African identity was a source of strength and unity. Self-determination is another central principle. Africans and African descendant communities were encouraged to chart their own path, free from external domination. Anti-colonialism, anti-racism, and economic independence are intertwined with this ideal. Pan-Africanism is a philosophy, a strategy, and a call to action. It combines pride, solidarity, and practical steps for liberation and empowerment. Economic self-reliance was emphasized as well. African nations were encouraged to develop industries, control trade, and reduce dependence on former colonial powers.
Mm.
Education, science, and technology were considered tools to achieve this self-sufficiency. Leaders and thinkers argued that political freedom without economic independence would be incomplete. Major movements and milestones. In the 20th century, Pan-Africanism became a powerful force for political change. The Pan-African Congresses, beginning in 1919, united leaders and intellectuals to advocate for African independence and racial equality. These congresses highlighted issues of colonial exploitation, racial discrimination.
Shabaka, you don't have no African culture. If you was born in America and your family has been in America for the past 500 to 600 years, what fucking culture that you have in Africa? Your great great grandmother was your great great grandparents was in America when they were still selling fucking slaves to America and in the Caribbean islands. What the fuck are you saying, Shabaka? Like I don't get it. How the fuck you saying you got an African culture? What is your African culture? What you gonna say? You Igbo nigga? Then you go to Igbo, they see a high yellow nigga like you, and they're gonna be like, "Where's this nigga from?" You gonna say, "Oh, I'm Igbo with your little Bob Marley hat." Them niggas is gonna spear chuck your ass out of the fucking Africa, out of their fucking tribe, my nigga. Like, come on, let's not do that, Shabaka. Why are you making me sound fucking ignorant? Did you did you see that? Oh yeah, I don't think he's coming back. Yeah, he's gonna have to pay a pretty penny, or the NFL is gonna have to pay for him to come back.
And the need for global solidarity among African peoples. Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana became a central figure in translating Pan-African ideals into political reality. Nkrumah envisioned a united Africa, where nations collaborated politically and
I'll be
economically
back,
to
everybody.
overcome colonial legacies. His leadership helped Ghana become the first African nation to gain independence in 1957, inspiring movements across the continent. Julius Nyerere of Tanzania promoted African socialism, emphasizing community,
Facts.
education, and self-reliance. He believed that development must be rooted in African values and traditions rather than impose foreign systems. Patrice Lumumba of the Congo symbolized courage and sacrifice in the struggle for independence, advocating for the full liberation and unity of African peoples. From Algeria to Kenya, Senegal to Zimbabwe, independence movements gained momentum, guided by the ideals of Pan-Africanism. These movements connected local struggles to a shared continental vision of freedom, justice, and unity. Pan-Africanism also shaped international diplomacy. African nations began to work together in forms such as the Organization of African Unity, which later became the African Union, promoting peace, development, and collective security. Impact on the African diaspora. Pan-Africanism.
Where is the influence in America with Black Americans? Black Snow Bunny King. Where? Black Americans know nothing about Africa. We don't know nothing about Africa. You probably have studied Africa, but you know nothing about Africa. He said if he overstays, that's a 3 to 10 year ban. Yeah, he ain't coming back. Lala, he ain't coming back. He's a Cardi B and Lala want everybody gone. She ain't playing.
Extended far beyond the continent. In the Caribbean, the Americas, and Europe, African descendants embraced the movement as a source of pride, identity, and empowerment. Communities connected through shared history, struggles, and culture, creating networks of solidarity that transcended borders. Cultural impact was profound. Jazz, reggae, hip-hop, and other forms of artistic expression carried messages of unity.
This is where it lost me at. Hip hop had nothing to do with Africa. It had nothing to do with Africa. I think a lot of people have to. This nigga said, Shabaka. That's strike one, Shabaka. I took that other strike back. That's strike one, my nigga. You're just starting to lie and throw shit on the wall. We're not gonna spam, man. I told you about the spamming. But yeah, the um, forget, yeah, don't forget Akon. Yeah, get him the fuck out of here when you get a chance, host. Please check out the video of the old dirty bastard on Howard Stern. Claiming his, yeah, he is. And I think that's in New York because I think Sarnetta's family is the shit was a Cinco Chai or something. Yeah, I think that's in New York. Like he's a New York native. I think if that's what you're talking, yeah, I seen that one. I believe that. You know, they lying, so that's when our grandchildren watch this stuff, they will believe. Yeah, because this is on live. This is gonna be on the internet forever. Yeah, evidence of being indigenous is self-admitted crackheads with the why be really um Black Snow Bunny King. What the fuck is wrong with you? Um, no, old dirty bastard. Let me tell you something. Um, I'm gonna say this. Snow Bunny King. Before he even started doing crack and shit, he was always out there like that. So it's. I don't get what you're trying to say, Snow Bunny King. Are you trying to like educate us, or are you trying to like add on to the conversation? If you're not trying to add on to the conversation, shut the fuck up.
Resistance, and pride. Writers, poets, and scholars explored African identity, history, and diaspora experiences, challenging stereotypes and asserting dignity. Festivals, community organizations, and educational programs strengthen connections across continents. Through Pan-Africanism, the diaspora reclaimed their voice, influencing global culture, politics, and economics, while maintaining a deep connection to Africa. The movement emphasized that the African story was not limited to a continent, it was global.
Thank you.
Modern
ODB is a legend, or Dirt McGurk, or Big Baby Jesus. Let me ask you a question, Snow Bunny King. Do you think I'm trying to say this in a proper way? Do you believe if somebody smokes crack, they can't they don't know where they're from? This is why I always say, please stop saying IQ, 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 Snow Bunny King, because you look fucking crazy. You know, I just don't get you, Snow Bunny King. You want Black Americans to you want Black Americans to be you want to have unity, but it's why would we have unity with a person like you? You know, that's the question I'm asking. Why would we have unity with people like you? Every time you don't get your way, you'll get mad and start insulting people. Hip hop was a deflected and made get Snowball. This nigga stupid. Shabaka. Shabaka, what the fuck are you talking about? Consciousness didn't come from Africa. Like, come on. Black Americans always have been smart. Like, come on. This nigga's stupid.
Relevance today, Pan-Africanism remains alive and evolving. The African Union embodies the dream of continental unity, promoting cooperation in economics, security, and governance. Young Africans and diaspora communities are using digital platforms to share ideas, organize activism, and promote African culture and entrepreneurship. Trade initiatives, technology projects, and educational programs demonstrate the practical impact of Pan-African ideals. Africa's cultural revival is thriving, with music, film, literature, fashion, and art.
All right, that's enough, man. I'm gonna say this about this. This person was trying to give all the credit to Africa, and niggas don't know shit about Africa. You know, the reason why I know shit about Africa because I like French music. I like French rap music. Nesca, Naza, Neho, uh, Boba. I like French music, but I can't sit here and be like, oh yeah, all of that shit came from Africa. No, that shit didn't come from Africa. That shit came from black people. We were doing that shit since the 1930s. You know, so it's weird to see Africans just keep stealing, and then after that get mad when Black Americans don't want to fuck with them. You know, but let's watch this one.
In on Africans, the ones that's been going down.
Into My name is Erna Casa, and we're talking about reparations. And what I'd like to know is, we're talking
And let everybody know this is a Pan African woman. She's asking a question.
about reparations from those who had colonized us. I want to know, as an African who had been, my ancestors were sent away from Africa. I came back here on my own. I want my reparations. Would you consider my reparations to be that you accept me and those of others who have been away who want to come without you asking us for thousands of dollars?
This shit is already going left. She said, "Yo, Shabaka, and this is why I tell you you can't stay in Africa. You ain't got money, my nigga. You broke." Did you just hear what this lady said? You're a broke nigga, Shabaka. Listen what this lady just said.
To be that you accept me and those of others who have been away who want to come without you asking us for thousands of dollars. I want to know, will you accept us to come back and give us land, because we come back here because we want to help to build and to work here on this continent.
Did you hear that, Shabaka? Do you hear this? She's trying to get reparations from Africa. This is a Pan African. This is a Pan African. And she's stating the obvious. Yo, she's lit right now. She's saying what needs to be said. She said, "Can I move to Africa without y'all niggas, without a handout that y'all trying to take from me?" Shabaka, you can't move to Africa. There's no way in hell you're gonna move in Africa, and you're broke, my nigga. You're gonna be living in a mud hut with a porta potty, nigga. I'm being personally honest, Shabaka. You're broke. You're broke, Shabaka. You think you're gonna move to Africa out of all places, knowing that you're not? They're not gonna want you to live there. This nigga crazy.
Why do we have to beg when we go in?
Watch this.
Because we come back here because we want to help to build and to work here on this continent. Why do we have to beg when we come back? This is a reparation that I and many other diasporas would like to have.
So here we go. O'Shea.
She on that bullshit. See that? Them Americans. What you gonna say? The Africans in America is on that bullshit. We confront problems. We don't run from problems. This is why Africans would not want us here, because we confront problems. We fix the problems. We don't run from it. How do you know what's in my pocket? Shabaka, you're broke. You're broke. I told you. What did I tell you? You always say. I say you and Black Snow Bunny always say that that's only one person. But look what you do. When you talk about foundational Black American, you point at all of us. That's all Pan-Africans. That's all Africans in America that think that way. You can say whatever you want. Listen to the lady again, Shabaka. I don't think you're listening.
Would you consider my reparations to be that you accept me and those of others who have been away, who want to come without you asking us for thousands of dollars? I want to know, will you accept us to come back and give us land, because we come back here because we want to help to build and to work here on this continent? Why do we have to beg when we come back? This is a reparation that I and many other diasporas would like to have.
So here we go. O'Shea, he's had it with Africa again. So he's going in on Africa.
I told you, Pan-Africanism is a transaction. It's a transaction. This is a transaction. And this is, we're only seeing the little bit of the dark side of Pan-Africanism. This lady asked a great question. Why do I gotta come back home with a bag? And you're the reason why I'm over there. Why can't I have land? Y'all got all these resources in America. We fought for those resources that you should have, that you get in America. When we ask you for land, thank you. You do what the fucking Democrats did. That's why I said Pan-Africanism and the Democrats is the same fucking thing. You seen all them white people with them fucking the Pan-African color fucking scarves on and stuff, taking a bending the knee, nigga. We seen it. Let's keep on going on.
Africans, the ones that's been going down to South Africa to extract resources from the people down there because of their failed nation states like Nigeria, places like Zimbabwe. They're coming in from all over the place, right? Some people are saying, well, you down there, you're beating on other Africans, but you're not doing nothing to Indians, and you're not doing nothing to the whites that's from down there. Well, my question would be, if you live in Africa, right? It's 2026, Nigeria, Ghana, all these different places. When does the corruption stop? When do you get control of your own nations, right? And you start taking care of things that you can take care of, right? These people are fleeing and running from their countries to run and overcrowding a country where the people are already there that fought to get the resources that they fought for. The same thing here in the Americas, right? So O'Shea is calling this out, and he's telling us, listen, everything that Tariq Nasheed and a lot of other brothers and sisters have been saying, man, it's true. It's happening over here in Africa. And it's not Pan-Africanism, it's Pan-Parasitism, right? And then they come into America with the same thought process, coming doing the same things. But when you call this out, all of a sudden you're wrong. So let's get off into what O'Shea, man, what O'Shea is saying about this, man, because he's been going in, man. Check this out.
Ask me, could I help them bring them back from Dubai? I've had to help people had to call me as a Black American. I don't trust my family with my money. Oh shit, can you go do this? Right here in the States, they only care once.
That's why I tell you, Shabaka, stop fucking calling me brother. I don't trust you. I don't trust you. A nigga who cosplay of being a fucking African, cause you a cosplayer, nigga. You cosplay of being an African. What's going on, Robin? You too, Black Snow Bunny King. You cosplay of being a fucking African. Nigga, you a Jamaican. You Jamaican faking and you cosplaying of being an African. You a double loser, nigga. That makes you a double loser. The fuck is going on with you niggas? This is what Pan-Africanism turned into. Niggas cosplaying of being African. This is why Cam said what he said. All y'all niggas want to run around here acting like y'all Shaka Zulu and shit, nigga. You can't do that. Them niggas is scamming you. Y'all want to do that, making African Comic Con, and y'all could dress up as Mansa Musa, Nelson Mandela, Shaka Zulu, Nefertiti. If y'all want to cosplay of being Africans, by all means, my nigga, do it. Do it. Y'all out here looking crazy. Y'all niggas is out here. Y'all, Prince Hakeem. Y'all niggas is crazy. This nigga Shabaka out here cosplaying of being an African. Shabaka, then you get mad at Robin because Robin said he's Congolese and he's an Irishman. How the fuck you get mad at Robin because he said, yo, he got Congolese DNA. Nigga, use a cosplayer, Black Snow Bunny King. We don't want to hear that bullshit, nigga. Yo, Robin, we need an African Comic Con for these niggas out here. These Pan-African niggas out here. We do. We need an African Comic Con for these Pan-African niggas. Y'all could be whoever the y'all niggas want to be. We'll give you one day a year, nigga, to be whoever y'all niggas want to be. You could be Fila from Nigeria. You could be Umbutu, who lives near the elephant in the mud, in two mud huts down the street, nigga. Y'all could be whoever y'all want to be. One time a year. Y'all be good. An African Comic Con, nigga. Now you mad at the old lady because she said she want reparations from Africa. She's wrong for that? You think she's wrong because she said she wants reparations from Africa? Those are the people that sent her to Africa, sent her ancestors to Africa. Why shouldn't she get reparations? Didn't you say attack the source? The source was Africa. Africa sold those people. What you mean? And the small hats funded the slave ships. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about, Shabaka? You can be mad all you want, but you broke ass African, you broke ass cosplaying Africans got to stop that shit. Africa does not need more bigger pay. He mad. He's mad because she asked. This is why I say, yo, you defend the bullshit of Africa. This is why Africans love me. Even though I might say it harsh, I do it with love. I tell them with love, like, yo, y'all gotta stop, y'all gotta get y'all fucking shit together. Who was the first person to tell the Africans that? Me. I told him, yo, y'all niggas need to get y'all fucking shit together. I spent an hour telling them that they need to get their fucking shit together. I spent an hour talking about it. And all you did was bitch and moan. Bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch. Cry a little bit, then cry a little bit more, then bitch and bitch and bitch and bitch. That's all you did, Shabaka. That's all you did, man. I hold Africa down, nigga. When I die, they're gonna have statues of me in 13 different fucking countries that I would never go to. It's true. I hold Africa down. You hold Africa back. You are a crutch for Africa. Not to get their shit together, but to hold them back. You do more harm to Africa than I do. You do. Then you want to cosplay? How the fuck you being a tether to a fucking African? You're tethering on to Africa. And you're not even African. You too, Snow Bunny King. You're not even African. Nigga, you were Jamaican faking from Nebraska. Shabaka. You're a nigga who used to live in Harlem who got chased out of Harlem to Virginia. Like, what are we talking about? What are we talking about? I hold Africa down. Even though I talk crazy, I hold Africa down. I love Africa. I just won't go there. I won't go to Africa, but
get publicized. That's when they care about it. Look at Zimbabwe and South Africa. Oh, they friends now. Oh, brother, we gotta work together, brother. We gotta work together to bring our sisters and brothers back to the country. That's because the whole world looking at your ass right now. You better get it together. All of a sudden now, Zimbabwe and South Africa working all night long to get their people back. Can't do shit else though. When they people need them, can't establish no trade routes, can't establish no cooperation, nothing. But when the world get up on your ass about how your folks is allegedly being mistreated in South Africa, now y'all can work together. Man, y'all better stop playing with me with this stuff. Stop playing with me with this stuff. Stop playing with me. We are next. The diaspora as a target, the African nations and the states look for us to bail their ass out when something don't go wrong.
And listen, O'Shea is credible because, you know, a lot of us, we stopped practicing Pan-Africanism. We abandoned Pan-Africanism because we saw that it was one-sided. We saw that it wasn't working, right? O'Shea is I respect this brother, this young brother, because he's a hardcore Pan-African. He's so hardcore, he moved to not West Africa, he moved to Uganda. He lived there amongst the people. He built his platforms there. He hired Africans. He is a Pan-African through and through. So when this man started criticizing Africa, I stopped what I'm doing and listen. I listened to him over.
that's why, Shabaka, I flipped out on you. This is why I kicked you back in when you was talking about O'Shea. I told you, O'Shea, at least this nigga's in fucking Africa. Nigga, you in Virginia with a fucking white nurse. You chilling with a white nurse. And the thing about it, when we seen her on live, you look scared. You looked scared, Shabaka, when that white nurse came up to yeah. I'll get off the phone, miss. I get off the phone. That's what you said. You got scared, nigga.
But mostly everybody when it comes to criticizing Africa, because he's right there with him, right? And he's exposing.
Shout out.
Stop being stupid.
He is. He's FBA. I emailed him and asked him. He said his mama and his daddy's from Louisiana. He said both of them from Louisiana. He said he's a first generation. He's a first generation Californian. or a person from California. He's a first generation. So yeah, he is. I emailed him. He said I get that a lot.
You're gonna come out here and lose your money to one of these scammers. These people don't care nothing about your ass. Some do and some don't, but stop making excuses for Africa. My brother is here right now. He's the one that told me that.
Facts.
My
Ice Cube,
mentor,
his name
one of
is
my
on
brothers,
show.
and some of y'all don't know him, but brother, Street Media TV, I love my brother. He said we gotta stop making excuses for Africans.
Thank you. I just said that.
I've been telling them that on the phone.
I just said that. I said, yo, Shabaka, you and Black Snow Bunny King needs to stop defending Africans when they fuck up. Stop it. We were just talking about the fucking slave trade. You just defend Africans selling Africans to the slave trade, to the white supremacists, as you call the white devils. You defend that. I was on that show with Snow Bunny King. That guy defend Africans again on the slave trade. Y'all made it good for them to sell slaves. This is why I always tell people, like, yo, this is why I don't fuck with Pan-Africanism. You just gave a nigga a pass of selling somebody. You gave that nigga a pass of selling other black people. And you call black people your brother. And you made that shit okay. This is Shabaka, everybody.
When we talk, we used to talk like every day. Stop making excuses for Africa. How is it that we make excuses for Africa, right? Who got their own land, their own intact culture, their own intact language, they own everything. Y'all claim that we've been stolen, brought to a foreign land. That's what y'all claim. Then you had ones that was already here. They got all the things stolen from them. Our language, our names, our culture, everything stolen. We had to have an ethnogenesis and revamp and redo everything all over again. But y'all don't make excuses for us, but you make all excuses for the people that are the majority in the land they come from. They get all the excuses in the world. I told O'Shea, no, stop making excuses for them Africans, man. Stop making excuses for them, man. That's what I told them. I said they don't get excuses.
The world get on your ass about how your folks is a doctors. You black Americans are lazy. Okay. We own this, we own that, and y'all lazy. Okay, cool. Cool.
Gave a pass,
Got
nigga.
it. What about them drugs? Huh? Well, that's not all of us.
Shabaka.
What about that prostitution? But that ain't all of us.
Shabaka.
What about the Mozambican hitmen out there? Oh, that ain't all of us.
No, that's Snow
Bunny
King.
Hold on now. Wait, hold on. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. No, because that is you too. That's you. When I go on your Instagram page and I see your Nigerian flag, I see your Ghanaian flag, I see that, you let me know right now that this ain't you ain't got to see me go on there on my Instagram. I put it on there now. But my attitude, largely, I treat Africans like I treat my brothers and sisters, because in the black community, we grew up supporting and loving Africa. That's how we used to have people come knock on the door with the African encyclopedias.
Shabaka's mad. Y'all see how this nigga Shabaka's mad? Yo, this nigga, yo. I have never seen an old nigga type this fast ever. Now look at he's begging again. The nigga's begging. Look at drop the link, begging. Go on, I'm gonna put it up here. He begging. Drop the link, you a coward. Drop the link, coward. Drop the link. Told y'all niggas I got this nigga begging. Nigga, you begging. Shabaka out here begging for a link. Drop the link, coward. Drop the link. Please drop the link. Got that nigga begging. Y'all niggas, you pathetic, Shabaka. I gotta tell you that. You's a pathetic nigga. I have to tell you that, you know. You's a loser, nigga.
We teach the pro-black stuff. Look.
And what he's saying is, for the most part, when we were growing up, we grew up pro-black. We grew up, especially in the East Coast corridor, the Midwest, and in the Oakland area, right? Where they had the Panthers over here. We had the Panthers. We had the Nation of Islam. We had all those different groups, right? In the East Coast corridor, Midwest, Detroit, Chicago, Oakland. Most of us grew up under Pan-Africanism, and we was taught to love Africa. Even our early rap music was about Africa. Lakim Shabazz, right? X-Clan. All those things were showcased in Africa, right? So we was never taught to hate Africans. So when they come over here with the scamming, with the Akata talk, you know, we was confused. Now we call them African booty scratchers, but we called you the same thing we called ourselves.
Yeah,
we was
thank
never,
you. I just said
never
that.
taught us to hate Africa, right? This is the funny thing. So this is what O'Shea is explaining on the way we were raised, and when we find out, when we encounter them, they're not practicing Pan-Africanism, and this is what he's explaining.
Love thy brother as thyself. We don't always get it right, but when we come and deal with y'all, we love y'all. That's how they teach us in the black community. Especially my brothers out there in DC, the meccas of the black world, Philadelphia, DC, Oakland,
Detroit,
LA. Shout out to the Mecca, New York City, Harlem.
Drop the link.
And then you go to Europe, Black London, the South Side, North Side, London.
Here goes Shabaka. Drop the link, you cowards. That nigga mad. He mad at me right now. I told y'all niggas he's mad.
Edmonton. So we know y'all. When we come, we glad to see you. And so we start sympathizing with Africans all the time. Because we always want to blame colonialism. Nah, a lot of this shit is it's pan-parasitism. That's what it is. Because every African got a choice. Every black, listen, my dad was on crack cocaine. My dad was on crack cocaine, and it hurt me. Go to the gas station out there and watch and see your dad out there washing windows for his next hit.
Drop the link, you coward.
Your dad out there getting hit in drive-bys, literally, because he buying crack when the Crips doing a drive-by and get hit 5 times. He asking for his money back. The dude don't want to give him the money back. A little 17-year-old shoot him 5 times. Then he get shoot 2 more. Got shot like 7 times. So I done been through it. I know what crack can do to a family. I know what drugs can do to a family. But you know what? That don't define me. I got a choice. I got a choice. When I come to Uganda, want to know one thing?
Don't forget to like and subscribe and comment in the live chat, and also donate to the platform. And if you don't want to donate to the platform, send in a GoFundMe for my short film, Brother Morningstar, Sir Adam's Great Portrayal. Shout out to the people who sends the cash apps in for Brother Morningstar, Sir Adam's Great Portrayal. Thank you.
They don't care nothing about my dad being on crack. It don't matter to them. I better come here and invest and shut the fuck up. That's what I better do. I better not have no problems here, right? I better come here and do what I'm supposed to do, because Uganda don't got time for my problems. Uganda ain't got time for my excuses. And if I got problems, that's my fault. But the people of Uganda don't deserve my problems. So what's wrong with you Nigerians out here who got excuses about your issues? What's wrong with you Ghanaians? What's wrong with you Ugandans? What's wrong with you folks out here from Zimbabwe, Mozambique, taking your problems down there from Malawi and blaming them? They didn't ask you to come over there. Your black ass went over there.
And see, this is an FBA brother going in on the Africans over there on the continent, and he's echoing the same sentiments that we say here. They coming over here with all that bull crap, all that tribalism, running over there to W folks trying to be the minority, right? Same thing they doing in South Africa. They doing the same thing here. He's going to allude to that. He's going to point that out, and he's going to allude to that.
He's a Pan-African, Shabaka. O'Shea Duke Jackson is an African. I mean, he's a Pan-African.
You went over there. Ain't nobody from South Africa called you. Nelson Mandela ain't Zuma, ain't nobody called your ass and told you to show up. You went over there on your own. And when you go over to somebody's place on your own, you supposed to go head on. and give some value to them. And you don't be the one that decide if they get value. South Africans decide if you valuable or not. They're the ones who they decide. If I go talk to a female today with my fine ass, because you know I'm from the heights. You know I'm from the heights. You know I'm from.
You say he flees Shabaka. He's in his homeland. Remember? I thought you say Africa was black people's homeland. Now the nigga fled. Like what are we talking about, Shabaka? You know, I'm gonna put the dumb shit up. This is Pan-Africanism, everybody. Shabaka talk about going home to Africa. That's his home and stuff like that. This nigga just said Duke Jack. He said Juke, but Duke Jackson fled. You were just talking about moving to Africa, Shabaka. What the fuck is wrong with you, nigga? Everybody, this is Pan-Africanism. How you gonna say a nigga fled and you talking about moving to Africa too? This is Shabaka. Shabaka's out here bugging out.
The heights. You know I'm from Del Paso Heights in this mother effer. About to be from Joburg though, because y'all already adopted me. I can't go to a female and be like, I want to talk to you. And she be like, no. What you mean, no? You mean you ain't me? Nah, something wrong with you. You must hold on. How am I tell her what she want? She the one that's telling me that I'm not flying enough for her. You want to know what's gonna happen? I gotta take my ass on. Cause if she the one that's telling me that I ain't what she want, how the hell I'm gonna tell her she wrong? When I see these South Africans on every social media network, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, Negro book, all kind of books, read a rainbow book, they complaining about y'all every goddamn day. Why? And when it comes to what they're complaining about, y'all want to tell them that they're wrong about how they feel about your ass? What's wrong with you? What drugs are you smoking? You can't tell them how to feel about your ass. If you was in the black community, I'm going to tell you exactly what happened to your ass. Want to hear it? Here it go. Map, bop, 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 mink, mink, mink. They nicer than we are. And y'all so lucky that we don't have the easy access that they got out there. It'd be map, mink, mink every day. I guarantee you. If we had it like they got it right now, it wouldn't be no more talking. I can guarantee you that. Because we only going to tell you a few times. We only going to tell you a few times. One or two. Next thing you know, map, mink, mink. That's it. Yeah. So they been nice. To be real. And if they really wanted to get rid of y'all, they could have. And they didn't. That's how much South Africans really do love you. Because South Africans is really with the shit. If they really wanted to map, mink y'all, y'all would have been gone already. You wouldn't have no chance. All they got is their country. How they gonna not pull up if they really want to get you? If they really wanted y'all gone, they wouldn't have gave y'all a June 30th date. They trying to tell you, just go. We don't want to really have to map y'all Negroes up. But African migrants that's going over here talking this yin yang and all that wooty woot y'all be talking.
I want y'all to pay
attention. Y'all gonna tell them how they gonna feel.
Robin, the pot calling the kettle black. He say, yo, I'm moving to Africa, nigga. I'm moving to Africa. Rochland, you can't tell me what I'm gonna do. This nigga just told O'Shea that he fled. I love the comic book books. Yo, Shabaka, you out here bugging out, my nigga.
Feel about y'all. You can't tell nobody how to feel about you. Let's say I'm musty. Oh, you musty. No, I'm not.
Hold on.
Like the video. Y'all like the video.
Now watch this.
You can't come to, no, again, like I said, and the problem with the blacks is nobody cares about how somebody else feels. This is a problem in the black world. And the black Americans, if you come to Africa, you're next. Trust me. If you're not careful, you can end up hating Africa. Because if they go into South Africa right now, where the more resources, they're going to depend on the diaspora. These African states right now are co-opting slavery.
Again, like I said, it's a transaction. It's a transaction. It's a transaction. That nigga Shabaka's mad.
Turn to
We're going
co-opt.
3 more minutes of this, and we're gonna move on to the
Reparations.
next.
How the hell? Look at Ghana right now. Ghana's so dusty. Ghana sold us into slavery.
Thank you. I just said that.
Going to the UN talking about we want reparations. How you gonna get reparations for something that you did? You got the slave ship out there as it exists.
And the thing is, Ghana's president now, he's from the Ganja tribe of Ghana. And they were like the Raiders. They were their city was the one where the Raiders brought the slaves there, and then they facilitated them with the other groups to sell them. So look up the Ganja tribe and the Ganja tribe participation in the slave trade. That's where the president of Ghana now is. He's from that tribe, right? Now O'Shea's on the continent and he's breaking this stuff down, right? So this is all the scamming stuff that they do, right? And he's saying what they do in their own country, but now they done came over here trying to get out in front of our stuff.
Damn it, you can go buy it. You got Negroes out there crying in chains, doing a little play. I don't want to go on the boat. Got the white man out there with the whip. Get on the boat. Toby, get on the boat. I don't want to go outside. I don't want to go outside. I want to stay here. I don't want to go this way. Stop. Shut up. You got folks, got black Americans out there crying after they didn't pay their money to go out there to Cape Coast. Is this how it was? That'd be $100. Cha-ching. Send it in with your slow ass. You so damn stupid. All of them people preaching all that stuff got, and a lot of these dudes, we don't use people in the diaspora. I'm gonna get on y'all. Some of you African migrants out there in Europe. Boy, y'all so funny. Africa is for everybody. You out there with your white wife or white boyfriend, drinking with your sandals on, because y'all don't never like no socks. Feet all out in the snow.
Ashy ankles and
Toes
everything.
is frostbitten as I don't know what. We are one Africa. Negro, you live in London. We are one Africa. You live in Germany. We are one Africa. Africa is for everybody. You live in Switzerland. My nigga, are you crazy? What are you talking about? Let me turn up.
That nigga Shabaka's mad.
Y'all don't know I'm from Del Paso.
That nigga Shabaka's heated. Moving to Africa does not make you Pan-African. It makes you closer to Pan-African. Duke Jackson is talking about Africa for the. He's mad. That nigga Shabaka is mad. Shabaka, you know what? I'm gonna make you even more mad after we see this. The next one, you're gonna be pissed, Shabaka. You're gonna be pissed at this one. So let's watch it.
Black Americans lineage. You ain't gonna believe this. Did you know that white people created Pan-Africanism?
What?
And not only that, it was created to erase Black Americans' lineage, culture, and identity. I'm about to show you why Pan-Africanism is a scam and how the leaders who push it are inadvertently or advertently pushing white supremacy. But first, we gotta start off with a quote from Malcolm X.
Only a fool will let his enemies teach his children.
Keep this quote in mind because that's the exact dilemma that we under. Now in school, there are objective things that are beneficial for us to learn like math, and then there are subjective things like history, which can be weaponized, especially when you have to depend on your oppressor to teach you about your history. Because a major rule of colonization is to rewrite history to justify domination, use school, religion, and media to reshape the identity, and replace the native languages with colonizer languages. And also the goal of colonization is to control how people think about themselves and their past. See, they separate us from our parents at a very young age. We are sent to strangers, and these strangers have control over what goes inside of our minds. And we do this from the ages of 5 all the way to 18, and for a lot of people, all the way well into their 20s if they go to college. This is called indoctrination. Indoctrination is a process of teaching a person or a group to accept a set of beliefs, doctrines, and ideologies uncritically, often preventing them from questioning or considering alternative viewpoints. And indoctrination is also imposing specific ideologies in an educational setting such as forcing one-sided views of history. This is why you'll see Pan-Africans and Afrocentric people try to attack people who have alternative views of history. Because they are in place to ensure we never wake up to our
So Shabaka's Black Snow Bunny King, is that what you do? Let's listen to what he just said.
also imposing specific ideologies in an educational setting, such as forcing one-sided views of history. This is why you'll see Pan-Africans and Afrocentric people try to attack people who have alternative views of history.
Shabaka.
Because they are in place to ensure we never wake up to our true identity. And they pretend that they are fighting white supremacy, when in reality, they are actually upholding it and selling us out for profit. I call them sellouts in revolutionary clothing. These people are
Again, it's a transaction. Now, Shabaka, the question, we're watching this, Shabaka. Where is the black unity? Like, don't get me wrong, the shit that you were saying, the shit about Pan-Africanism, it sounds hot, it sounds dope. It sounds dope, but what y'all were doing was different.
indoctrinated, and they want to make sure you stay indoctrinated as well, which is a form of brainwashing. And this was the same thing for our great scholars in history like W.E.B. Du Bois, and even current day people like Dr. Umar Johnson. W.E.B. Du Bois was a prominent pusher of Pan-Africanism. He was the first black American to get a PhD in Harvard University. And guess what the subject was that he got his PhD in? You guessed it, history. Not only was he indoctrinated with one-sided narrative of history, he went to the highest level of indoctrination on that subject. See, Pan-Africanism was created by white people to take black Americans off their homeland, which is America, and ship them to Africa. This is how the country of Liberia came about. And that's why the Liberian flag is similar to the American flag. And it was pushed by a racist group of people called the American Colonization Society. I'll go further in depth on them a little later. But the reason I mention them is because two white races that was a part of that organization directly funded W.E.B. Du Bois. And because our leaders are indoctrinated by these racist whites, they are brainwashed into believing a narrative about history that keeps them from understanding that America is their homeland. So they use these puppets to brainwash us. So we might see a black face teaching us, but they are teaching a colonized narrative. So now that that's understood, let's talk about the white men who created Pan-Africanism. We will discuss them and the black faces who helped carry out their agenda. So to understand the origins of Pan-Africanism, we have to take it all the way back to the late 1700s. There was an indigenous man by the name of Paul Cuffey. And this one man debunks every lie and narrative you was ever taught about black history.
Oh, shit. I might be propaganda because I was always wondering why they are telling Americans to Paul Cuffey, nigga. Shabaka's about to be pissed, nigga, because Shabaka, this is your history. This is Pan-African history. Like, this video is super interesting. Hey, yo. Hey, Robin, you don't even know, Robin. Yo, your ancestors probably created Pan-Africanism. You ever thought about that? Yo, Robin, the stuff that we've been watching about Pan-Africanism and stuff like that, your ancestors probably created it, you know? You created a whole new history. You created, Robin, your ancestors created Shabaka's ideology. You know how proud of your ancestors you gotta be to do that. Shout out to you, player. That nigga Shabaka's gonna be heated at us. Oh, is it?
Blooded indigenous black history. Like, for example, Paul Cuffey was a full-blooded indigenous man, but because of his skin color, he will be considered a black American today. And he was born in 1759 and passed away in 1817. which means he was alive during the time of slavery, yet he was born free and was actually a millionaire at the time. See, history likes to make it seem like all black people were slaves during this time and poor, but he was neither. Now, what does Paul Cuffey have to do with Pan-Africanism, you may ask? Everything. See, Paul Cuffey is one of the first victims of Pan-Africanism in history.
Oh,
he got his indigenous
shit.
identity stripped from him, and over time, your favorite historians has been lying about his identity. Paul Cuffey was a Wampanoag Indian. And Wampanoag Indians was the Indians that the Pilgrims...
Hold up. Yo, when did he say, yo, he wasn't African? No, hold up. I probably didn't hear it right, everybody. I probably heard it wrong. So let's hear it again.
He was a Wampanoag Indian.
Oh,
and
shit.
Wampanoag Indians was the Indians that the Pilgrims came across. You know, the Thanksgiving story. And here are historical depictions of how the Wampanoag Indians look.
What?
I mean, even one of the Indians who directly came across the Pilgrims was named the Black Sachem. And this is a picture of his granddaughter.
Oh,
and the reason it's so hard for you to believe is because of the massive propaganda and how they depict Indians in movies and media. Over time, we internalize these images. And also because they taught us that all dark-skinned people came from Africa, and they use the term African descent, even when people do not descend from Africa. And for you people who want to say all people originated in Africa, I got a video coming out debunking that as well. See, this is all a part of the plan to make sure black Americans never understand that they are the original people of this land. And through this video and future videos, I will be debunking the Outer Africa theory, and I will prove that all black people with woolly hair do not come from one area of the planet, but that they are the aboriginals of every area of the planet. And this is why the white men created Pan-Africanism to hide this fact. Now let's get back to Paul Cuffey, the full-blooded American Indian, and why he's so major in the Pan-Africanism paradigm. See, because Paul Cuffey was indigenous to America, the white men of that time had a problem. You can't just kick a millionaire landlord off his soil if he knows he's a Wampanoag Indian with treaty rights. So they had to rebrand him. In 1811, Paul sailed to Liverpool. That's where he met a group of
Ja Brick Stories. That's who Ja Brick Stories. Shabaka spazzing out. Look at her. He mad right now.
white men who was a part of something called the African Institution. These white philanthropists saw Paul Cuffey's ship and realized he was a perfect test pilot for the plan to get black American Indians off their homeland and relocate them in Africa. So here's what they did. While Paul was busy trading, they was busy plotting. They was like the PR of that time. They published a book about him without his permission or his approval that minimized his Wampanoag heritage and created a fake story about his father being from Africa with no proof. But they said it because they wanted to connect him and set up a town in Sierra Leone. Till this day, there are no primary sources of Paul Cuffey's father being an African, yet all historical publications are running around with this narrative. The lie got so intense, they even made up a false interpretation for the name, trying to connect it to the word Kofi, which is an African name. But his name isn't Kofi on no primary records. And it just was another way to further Africanize his identity. As you can see, there's a blatant pattern of people trying to Africanize black Americans, even when they have proven to be indigenous. And a constant effort to try to ship us to Africa. They've been doing this back to Africa thing back then all the way till now. There's even letters of the President of the United States talking about how they have a plan to get us up off this land and send us back to Africa so they can have the land for themselves. In the next part of the video, I will expose the next group of white people who are responsible for Pan-Africanism and how they connect to Paul Cuffey and actually got him to carry out their agenda. And I'll also expose other black sellouts who helped carry out this plan as well. Even current day sellouts who's currently carrying out this plan right now.
Developing and growing. Shabaka. Pan-Africanism is a white man's ideology. for the black man. Your ideology is no better than Christianity. That's what this man is saying. I'm just saying. I think the Shabaka was, and everybody, I got something special for y'all today too, man. We'll listen to half of this, all right? But everybody's favorite guy, especially Shabaka.
I ain't seen revenue in a minute. Is this revenue? Oh, it is revenue. What's poppin', homie?
Damn, what's up, man? Why are you criticizing Pan-Africanism today? What's up?
I mean, what has Pan-Africanism done for foundational Black Americans?
I mean, a lot. You can't deny what Pan-Africanism.
Like,
I mean, you can start with Carter G. Woodson.
okay, what has it done?
I mean, does foundational Black Americans celebrate Black History Month?
Time out. What has it done?
What, Pan-Africanism?
Yeah. For foundational Black Americans.
Are you aware of Sister City programs?
Okay, listen, right? I'm asking you, what has it done for foundational Black Americans?
I would say foundational Black American culture is heavily relying on Pan-Africanism. When you look at the leaders, some of the most historical leaders,
Like
Amos Wilson, Francis Cress Wilson, Carter G. Woodson, Malcolm X, Dr. Khalid Muhammad, Dr. Leonard Jeffries, Dr. James Small.
who was Khalid Muhammad's teacher?
Elijah Muhammad.
Gotcha. Who was Malcolm X's teacher?
Elijah Muhammad.
Gotcha. Where did Carter G. Woodson live?
You said what?
Where did he live?
Live in America.
Where was he born?
In America.
Where was his parents born?
In America.
Okay, so you're naming foundational Black Americans who've had an association with Pan-Africanism. I'm asking you, what has that Pan-Africanism done for foundational Black Americans?
Yeah, when you look at things like I said, Black History Month, Africana Studies.
Let me just say it like this. I'll say this, right? So Black Americans have done a lot for Pan-Africanism. You're naming what Black Americans have done for Pan-Africanism. You're not saying what Pan-Africanism has done for Black Americans. I'll give you a hint, right? The apartheid movement in South Africa. You remember that?
Yeah.
Foundational Black Americans who were Pan-Africanists, or just Black people in general, whether they're Pan-Africanists or not, they said, you know what, this is wrong. They put pressure on Coca-Cola and the U.S. government to condemn the actions of the apartheid government. And they did. And with that influence, the South Africans are now free. Would you agree?
Well, that's your opinion. I wouldn't say that's
what
why
happened. That's what they say.
I wouldn't say that's why they're free.
Hold on. Are you trying to say that you don't think Black Americans had nothing to do with this South African being free?
What's going on, Dorsey?
Because they wouldn't even tell you that.
I mean, they played a minority role. When you look at what got South Africa free, you have to look at the frontline states.
Dorsey, your boy Shabaka just found out Pan-African ideology was created by a white supremacist. Shabaka's mad at me, right? Shabaka's mad right now. He found out white supremacy it's Pan-Africanism is known for, was created by white supremacists, and he's mad at me because of it. He been spazzing out on me all today.
Like what? What happened?
You will have to look at the frontline states.
So you sure that the United States government condemning the actions of apartheid had nothing to do with this?
I never said. Now you conflating two things. You said foundational Black Americans, then you said America.
No. Listen. So, foundational Black Americans put pressure on the government to condemn the apartheid government in South Africa because they weren't going to do it at first. That's how the South African government decided to equalize the playing field.
Okay. I'm
So,
not
so
saying
are
that.
you saying that didn't work?
It played a minority role.
Hmm. How long were they fighting for?
Uh, when you look at what the frontline states did, they put their money behind the anti-apartheid system. You look at what Nigeria did.
Shabaka, you're not a socialist. You're a cosplaying African. You're not even African. You cosplaying of being fucking from fucking what is it? Igbo. How the fuck are you Igbo and you from Virginia, my nigga? You're a cosplayer. You're cosplaying a bit. You're a tether. You're a black American tether, nigga. You trying to be African. You're not even African. Stop it, Shabaka. We can't keep on doing this with you, player.
You look at what Jamaica did. Jamaica was the first country to put sanctions on South Africa. So it was a all inclusive effort to end apartheid.
Okay,
I wouldn't
gotcha.
just say Black
Okay, so
Americans played a
I
majority
mean,
role.
look,
What
if
money
you and
did
your
Black Americans put up behind apartheid to end apartheid? What money?
you really,
Now I'm asking you, I'm ignorant. Did they put up any money like the frontline states did, or Nigeria did, or Ghana?
that's really it. It's really a question. So, do you understand? I'm trying to think of how can I say this, but I'm not being disrespectful when I say this. I'm just gonna give you the simple version. Black Americans played a major role in the U.S. anti-apartheid movement. Protests, embassy sit-ins, divestment campaigns, lobbying, Congressional Black Caucus, Trans-Africa, led by Randall Robinson. This helped pass the 1986 U.S. sanctions that pressured South Africa, controlling to apartheid end in early 1990s, alongside international resistance. So, which sanction do you think hurt South
Hey,
Africa
Miss
more?
Ramirez.
Jamaica or the U.S. government?
Not
Well,
today,
of course, the
Dorsey.
U.S.
We're already
government.
almost near the
Okay,
4-hour
so
mark.
that was done primarily by foundational Black Americans.
Okay, so what does this have to do with Pan-Africanism?
The point I'm making is, as foundational Black Americans, we have done more for the world. Pan-African has not done anything for us. And I'll give you an example of that. Does
Wait,
Jamaica receive?
hold on.
Mhm.
We started this off asking about Pan-Africanism. Now, you said your first question was, what has Pan-Africanism
Done for foundational Black Americans.
done? Now, I named some key figures who are Pan-Africanists.
That's
Then
not
you
Pan-Africanism,
twisted.
though.
What? They are Pan-African.
Thank
Carter
you.
G. Winston is a self-proclaimed
No.
Pan-African.
No, listen. I'm not denying that. I'm saying this, right? He, as a Black American, has done more for Pan-Africanism than Pan-Africanism has done for Black Americans.
I'll say this, Dorsey. Yo, Shabaka's crazy. Shabaka's mad at me. I had to sit the nigga down twice today. The nigga wouldn't answer the question. I asked him, how does Black Americans, or also known as foundational Black Americans, benefit from Pan-Africanism? Or does it divide us? Shabaka basically the whole show showed how Pan-Africanism divides us if we don't agree with Pan-Africanism. He's a walking, talking Christian. The nigga's a Christian. He's one of them old white folks Christian. You know, if you don't follow the Bible, nigga gonna kill you. Yeah, pepper sprays on it. Yeah, the nigga's a walking, talking Bible thumper.
Okay.
That's the point I'm making to
After
you,
that
right?
last day,
I can say
convinced
Jamaicans have done more for the Black British scene than the Black British scene has done for Jamaica. Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And I can tell you what. Have you been to Britain before?
No, I don't. No.
Okay, when I tell you all of the slang that they use are Jamaican slangs. Wasteman, Demandum, Innit,
Facts,
Wagwan,
Lala.
all of that. They have taken the Jamaican slang and have incorporated that into Black British culture. So Black British culture, in a sense, is just them having access to Jamaican culture, right? Now, if I ask the question, yo, what has the Black British culture done for Jamaicans? The answer is nothing. So when you say, oh yeah, you know what is Black Americans have
Oh, thanks,
always
Dorsey. I appreciate
contributed to
it.
Pan-Africanism. As a matter of fact, the most important
Thanks,
Pan-Africanists
Thanks,
were
Miss
foundational Black
Ramirez
Americans.
too.
But that ideology has done nothing in turn for us.
Okay, I think you should have structured your question. What has Pan-Africans who are not Black Americans done for Black Americans? That would
Nah,
have
it
been
doesn't work like that.
well. Cause when you say Pan-African,
Well,
that
even if you take a look
includes
at
people in
Malcolm
the
X, though, right?
Caribbean.
You know what? Let's go look at Malcolm X for example, right? If you look at Malcolm X, Khalid
All right, let's
Muhammad,
move on because
their teacher was the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Well, technically,
let's move on. Because there's a few more things we got to go through. We're gonna try to get through this stuff within the next 40 minutes.
And there's so much more that we don't know about. It's all so tribalistic and so divided and just fighting back and forth. I mean, and I'm talking about like little to no infrastructure, shanty towns all across the country. Like, and the reason why I'm saying that is because I noticed that a lot of people who are arguing back and forth with Black Americans have a lot of very tribalistic talking points, and it's always hyper focused on like their culture, their tribes, and stuff like that. That none of that stuff is marketable, none of that stuff is sellable. So if that is like the main focus like of your country, everybody's all so tribalistic and so divided and just fighting back and forth with each other over stuff that isn't even sellable, that nobody even cares about other than you, then your country's probably going to be destitute. People are arguing back and forth with me about culture and languages and stuff that, like, if you're from a capitalist society, like, nobody cares about that stuff. Like, that's the reason why I feel like a lot of Black Americans feel like Pan-Africanism does not benefit Black Americans, because all of the talking points are always about what we can do for Africa, how we can build up Africa and help Africa, how we can send reparations over to Africa. And it's like, well, what do we get out of that? In exchange for that.
Oh, yo, I didn't even show y'all what I got in the mail today. Hold on. Let me show y'all what I got in the mail today. Got the U.S. national, the National World Cup jersey. You know your boy's gonna be fly out here. Yeah, I had to show y'all, man. Yeah, I'm gonna be fly out here. I might even wear that tomorrow on the show.
You're offering us a connection to our roots, a connection to our heritage, our lineage. Nothing that can help us, nothing that can help build us up as a people that can actually benefit us, our descendants. Like, I'm sorry, but money in exchange for culture, it's not equal. Like, I'm sorry, you don't have to come with something a lot better than that. If we're actually going to work together in a Pan-Africanist type of way, you got to offer more than languages and culture, because there's just not enough value there. And I'm not talking about raw resources that half of you guys wouldn't even be able to tell us where to even find raw resources, don't even know what to even do with them. I'm talking about real economic growth. I'm talking about, people in my comment section talking about, you don't know your language. Who cares? Let's talk about economics. Let's talk about building. Let's talk about making money. Let's talk about stuff that actually is going to build up societies. All of that tribalism talk is the reason why a lot of these countries look like shit. And I'm just being all the way real, because you're hyper focused on culture and all this stuff that doesn't benefit anybody. Doesn't benefit anybody except you and your site. Nobody's buying that. The only culture that's being bought, honestly, is Black American culture. The United States has done a good job at selling our culture to the entire world, but other than that, most countries can't do that. Okay, like, if you really look at China is like a superpower. They are not hyper focused on their own culture on a global scale. Okay, they're focused on manufacturing. They make everything. Every time there's something, a new trend that comes out or a new trinket that everybody wants to buy, you best believe that China is on top of their game. They're going to have that product out by next week.
You're right about
because
that.
Because their focus is on the capitalism, the economic part of whatever. They're focused on economics, they're not hyper focused on tribalism and culture. So I have yet to see a society that has all of these tribalistic talking points that is actually successful financially. get out of your emotions. Those emotions were how you broke. Period. I'm not saying that the United
Shabaka, the voice of Pan-Africanism was that white supremacist guy we've seen on Jaws. Was it Jaws Brothers? That white supremacist is the. Let me tell you something. The voice of Pan Africanism is Robin's ancestors. That white man. There's no black voice for the Pan Africanism. Are you fucking serious? The shit that we just seen, Shabaka. You're smoking crack now. Go drink some milk or something.
States is perfect, but what I am saying is that it wouldn't be so many people that need to flee their country that are suffering. Like, people are suffering and trying to find here, there, and everywhere to go to try to have an opportunity for a better life. They flocking over here. They flock into the UK. They flock into different European nations. It's like they're trying to flee because they're the focus of their nation is all this.
Robin said my great grandfather probably invented it. Yo, even the whites, even the Irishman is joking about your Pan Africanism.
All this corruption, and the focus is not on the right things that will help the society build and grow.
Hello everyone, I hope you're all fine. Welcome to Black White Commentary. I'm your host Brian. In today's episode, we're going to speak about how Pan-Africanism has affected the black community and vice versa. And therefore, the debate over Pan-Africanism, black unity, and global black agenda is facing significant.
And shout out to African homie over here, man. He's doing big things right now. His name is Black White Commentary. You know, he's doing great content. I use his content from time to time. And shout out to you, player. You in your country making American money, player. That's the American dream you're living right now.
Significant challenges in 2025 and 2026, with intense discussions around whether the ideology serves all members of the African diaspora equally. Critics increasingly argue that modern Pan-Africanism
a good portion of us used to be Pan-African at some point, especially if you grew up in the 90s, myself included. I think that Pan-Africanism is more harmful to the Black American identity than it is helpful. Not because I have anything against Africa or Africans.
All right, I'll give you 3 minutes. Let me just finish most of this.
That FBAs are just hate Africa for whatever reason. Here's what I think. I think that Pan-Africanism actually creates an identity crisis in Black Americans as opposed to helping.
I just said that today too. I said, yeah, Dorsey. I'll give you 3 minutes, but not yet. Let me finish most of this. I did say that. I said, yo, Shabaka worships Africa because he thinks it gives him an identity. You know, I told you that, Shabaka. And it really doesn't give you no identity. You just look crazy as fuck out here.
Us find ourselves or find some alternative identity. I think that Pan-Africanism, if you really look at it and how it's taught, especially because it really only exists here in America, it doesn't really exist in Africa. If you really look at how it's taught and the things that there's the rhetoric that it gives off, it really just takes Black Americans from being somewhat of a second-class citizen in America to being a second-class African. If you really because we were classified as second-class citizens after slavery. We weren't even considered citizens at all during slavery, right? We were just property. But once we became free, we became second-class citizens, especially when we tried to integrate into white society. Because anytime you integrate into another society, you're not integrating as an equal. You're integrating into something that's already there, and you're going to be underneath them. So the same thing would work with the African society. So if we were to try to integrate into some random African culture, we're not integrating as equals. You're basically just transferring from being a second-class American to being a second-class African. The reason why I feel like it actually hurts our sense of self-worth and identity is because Pan-Africanism demonizes everything about being American. And our American identity is essentially the only one we've ever known throughout our lives. That's all our parents knew. That's all their parents knew. We don't have a culture outside of the United States. There's nobody over on the continent of Africa that we can go to and say, this is my relative. This is my home. That doesn't exist for us. So you're creating an identity crisis and causing a lower sense of self-worth because you demonize everything culturally that was created by us. Like everything that we know to be true about ourselves, you demonize it because it's attached to America. And then you uplift everything that goes on in Africa and everything, all the cultures that are over there, and praise and worship it like it's this God society. And that's literally, I mean, they praise and worship everything about Africa, right? And they demonize everything about America.
I just
So
said this, man.
that would, if you really look at it, how can me looking up to something that I'm not a part of and demonize what I know create more of a sense of self-worth in me? That actually really doesn't make sense. Pan-Africans make it seem like everything about Black Americans is ghetto. It's our culture is just made up. It's always changing. We don't have no language. We don't have it. Like they just demonize everything about America and talk about our history and just they don't uplift nothing about Black Americans. Just dog us, and then uplift everything about Africa and expect us to have some type of expect us to look at it like it's this wonderful ideology, and it's really not. That's why I just can't get with it. I can't get with the Pan-Africanism thing. It's just, it has no value to Black Americans. That's just how I see it. There's no value in it.
Y'all gotta stop saying people have a fear of being African or people don't want to be African when they find out that their family lineage doesn't lead back to Africa. Because a lot of y'all are upset and saying that FBA and American Indians and everybody but African Americans have a fear of being African, but that's not the case. I think the thing is that we are decolonizing our minds. We are letting go of that propaganda. We are letting go of that indoctrination, and we are learning the truth. Because we are in the age of Aquarius, and the truth shall be revealed. Now, you can either fight the truth and be miserable, or you can just let the truth be the truth. Like, it's literally that simple. But the truth is that not all melanated people are Africa. Life did not start in Africa. And there's so much more that we don't know about this world because our minds have been so, colonized, and we have been, just indulging in so much propaganda since we were kids that we just believe anything that these people say. We believe it. We do. But I think the people that y'all are trying to bully back into the system that we currently live in, I think them are the real people. Those are the real fighters of this world. Those are the revolutionaries. The ones that go against the system. Those are the real fighters right there. So if you see somebody going against the system, especially when it comes to who they identify as, y'all should stop sitting here trying to make it seem like they don't know what they talking about and that they're having an identity crisis or they're, Africans or this and that. Just doing all the regular stuff that y'all do when y'all go against people who, go against the system. Because, maturing is realizing that not everybody's going to wake up. There's a lot of people that are still going to be sleeping. That was just the whole purpose in life, was to be sleep. But it's just like the more that the truth comes out, the more backlash, the more push that these people give. And it's like the only thing y'all can do is sit and watch it come out. That's all y'all can do, because you guys can't go against the truth. It doesn't matter how many sources you say. It doesn't matter, because the truth is the truth. And the truth is that a lot of us were lied to about who we are. Yes, we were. A lot of us were. Black Americans, the whole world. Mexicans, Hispanics. A lot of Hispanics aren't who they say they are. And yeah, a lot of y'all about to be upset when y'all find out who y'all truly are. And some of y'all are going to be upset because you found out that you don't know what you're made of. You know what I'm saying? But we're not going to get into that. But like I said, when it comes to like this whole fear of being African thing, People don't have a fear of being African. And just because somebody doesn't claim African descent doesn't mean that they're against Africa. Because I would tell you now, I am not against Africa. But what I am against is Africans in Africa trying to push Africa on me, knowing that I have no ties to Africa. That's what I have an issue with. And y'all trying to force people to claim that that's what causes a lot of the clashes. Because if you're African, it's
Shabaka, do you feel like you'd be trying? Do you feel like you try to force Black Americans to be African? I think you try to force Black Americans to be African. You know, I think that's the wrong way to go at it. You know, I don't know, Shabaka. I don't know, Dorsey. Shabaka told me you're from the Igbo tribe. You look Igbo. I kind of believe Shabaka. Shabaka said you look Igbo to me. That's what he said.
want to be African descent, be that. Be that. By all means, be that. But stop trying to push that onto others. That it doesn't make it okay just because the white team man says, "Oh, all black people or all people from Africa." It doesn't make it no better. Because y'all claim to hate the white team man so much, but y'all love his science and his history and his education. I don't know why. But like I said, yeah, people don't have a fear of being African. People just realize that they aren't African at all. And a lot of y'all, especially a lot of Africans, are taking this to the heart. I don't know why, because it has nothing to do with you. I don't know why someone claiming not being African in a sense makes y'all so mad. But yeah, that's just that.
From the videos, you realize that Pan-Africanism was an ideology that was supposed to connect Africa with or the black community at large all over the world, share the struggles around the political needs, social needs, cultural needs, or the social needs or even economic needs. But black Americans are arguing that Pan-Africanism has never benefited the black Americans or the black Americans community in the United States, because most Africans are the ones benefiting from Pan-Africanism, because most of them come to United States of America, work there, get economically empowered, but this all benefits goes back to Africa, but not benefiting the black community. Most black communities or the black Americans have always been hosting the African Americans into the United States of America, and therefore they believe that Pan-Africanism was an ideology, or the ideology has only benefited the African Americans in the United States of America, but not the black Americans.
Shout out to this guy right here, man. He's doing a good job. He explained it decent, definitely. And I wish also too he could wing it instead of looking at those notes in his hand. But he did a great job. I would tell you that. But this is the last video right here, and Dorsey's gonna talk. We're gonna watch half of this.
To facilitate our own diamond situations, gold, with unit town now.
All right, let's get Khalid. Well, let's get Khalid in here. Well, Matt, are you ready, Matt?
Yes, sir. How you doing? Good evening.
What's up, brother? How are you?
Hey, man. Glad to be back on.
Nigga, Dorsey, my mother's from Roxbury, Massachusetts. My grandmama and my granddaddy from Selma, Alabama. I don't know what Africa of Massachusetts, nigga. I don't know what you talking about, Dorsey.
Oh, man, I want to thank you again for everything you're doing, for the culture. You're definitely a walking historical hero. You know what I'm saying? Like straight up. I wanted to bring up a serious point that you were bringing up earlier because, my father, as I mentioned last time, who was producer of Rap Mania, he produced an album on Nina Simone. And, I've done work with him in the studio and connected with Motown and different things growing up and hip hop and the whole shot, very similar to a lot of your different walks, like a balance between what's happening in the community along with, being more aware. It's always been a struggle with the different Africans on the continent where my father would go out there and pull together different resources to facilitate our own diamond situations, gold, other commodity things. And they would run chasing after the Europeans and giving them resources and slapping us in the face
Right.
as foundational Black Americans. And it's a weird mindset, bro. It's like a weird brainwash thing.
um,
Because my pops,
yeah,
he was
Dorsey. I
connected
said
with
thank you.
cats like
Remember?
Chinese cats, different other cats that were in the satellite industry, in the broadcast industry. That's how he was able to facilitate Rap Mania being broadcasted via satellite from the East and West Coast, never done
Yeah.
before, back in the early
Oh yeah.
90s. However, when he tried to facilitate a similar thing for Africa, because he tried to go the Galway route mentally and say, hey, let's bridge the dots. He was fly like that from Asbury Park, New Jersey. You know, we got our foundational Black American roots out of Florida and out of Georgia and things of that nature. But they were just resistant, and they would just always cower
Give me a
back
second,
to the
everybody.
Europeans and buck dance and stuff. So the brainwash is really deep.
Yeah.
And I just want to land my plane, just salute you because you're 1,000% on point. And one last thing, we're in a technocracy, I'm sorry, a technocrat situation. That's what Elon is trying to facilitate with AI, robotics, and things like that. So the more we become, and familiar with these things and align ourselves with this incredible technology and how we could liberate and come together and break bread and make things happen,
Hmm.
we can leverage the reparations. We could manifest things to beyond code. But I salute you, man. I'll land my
Yeah,
plane.
yeah. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, man. The thing about it in Africa, people have been trying, and it's really
He
been
said
us.
Africa, Bama.
Us over here. We've been trying to bridge a gap and just try to connect with the African continent. We've been doing that. We've been towing that line. We've been trying to make it happen. And the reason why it ain't clicking is because of them over there. Let's be clear. That's the only reason it ain't clicking. Because over there, the concept of global Black unity is just completely foreign because they don't have local unity. It's too tribal. Unfortunately, yes, you got cool people over there, but it's too damn tribal. And people have been too brainwashed. When we go over and try to build something, we kind of get the runaround. But when the whites and Asians come over there, they run out there with Jollof doing the tribal dances for the white people. So y'all gotta really understand psychologically, a lot of folks are just really gone over there, man, and they ain't really trying to build anything because they despise, a lot of them despise that place over there. They despise their homelands and they want to do everything they can to get out. And when they see a white person, it's like, okay, maybe this white person can help me get out of here. Well,
He
we
said
got to be
Africa,
very honest about
Bama.
what's happening there.
You and
And
Boosie, bro.
you do have lovely people. You got cool people over there, but they're like, look, Negro, when we go over there, we're like, hey man, all this land, man, we can do so many phenomenal things with it, brother. Man, I got resources, I can build a resort and then we can create jobs. And that shit goes in one ear and out the other. They're like, where's a white man to come get me, nigga, and let me go? I want to leave. That's in the back of their mind. That's what's in the
Yo.
back of their mind, man. Let's be real. They're waiting on a white person to come and adopt them. You got grown people want to be adopted by white people. I'll be your servant. Whatever. They want to get the hell out of there for the most part. And when we come over and talking about, hey, let's double down, just stay here and let's just build something. Nah, deep down, a lot of them don't like that idea. Let's just be real. They don't like that idea. That's why we don't get no traction. And that's why there has not been any real successful
Facts,
Pan
Lala.
African movement in all these years. So we just got to be honest about certain things, man.
Facts again,
I believe
yeah.
in
He is
honesty.
a cancer.
There's a reason why we got when the tether class, they be over here talking that shit. When they talk shit, is from here. You understand? They're right safe in Cleveland somewhere talking shit. Oli, what's up, Oli?
Hey, thank you for the welcome. How you doing, Tarek?
Good, man.
Hey, everyone. Talking here from northwest London.
Oh, there you go.
Cuss that nigga out something crazy. Like, what the hell? Like, we talking about, bro? Like, what?
Okay. Okay, let me have you get your thoughts together. I'll have you call back, brother. You don't need it. Okay. So I don't know, faulty, and then call point.
Just a few months ago, my dad was talking about going to Nigeria. You know, I'm not trying to denigrate the brothers in Nigeria. You know what I mean? Not for all of them, but you know, my dad had a conversation with a brother over there, and he was like, him, I kind of, you know, he was like, yeah, you guys are African. He was like, okay, like, yeah, sure. You know what I mean? And funny, my dad, he was telling me he was African. He was like, man, he was like, man, you guys are lucky. He was like, why? He was like, because you guys went to slavery in America. Man, my dad must have cussed that nigga out something crazy. Like, what the hell? Like, we talk about, bro? Like, what do you mean? We went to slavery. Like, we that's lucky. He was like, you guys are lucky. You know, you get to get the books and you gotta get the information. I'm like, bro, my dad must have hung up on him so quick, man. Like, this dude, I rabbit ass mind, man.
Wow.
And and the second thing is, man, I wanted to say, why do people always say that we say that we can't get ahead, or like we can't progress with, we can't get ahead as a people because white man. I don't know where that come from.
Yeah, great question. Let me handle both. When we say get ahead, I don't like the way that narrative is framed when people say that. Even if we quote unquote get ahead of what? What do you mean get ahead? We're under global white supremacy. That's my narrative. That's my observation. We're under global white supremacy. Even when we do get ahead, the white supremacists, they can come in and play the I'm white and I say so card and just kind of knock our house of cards down. This is what we see with Diddy. This is what they're trying to do with Jay-Z. This is what they're trying to do with Bill Cosby. So you can get ahead all day. You're still under the system of white supremacy. And they have to kind of flex their muscle to say, hey, look, we are in charge and we don't care how much money you have. We can still break you on down, just like Michael Jackson, Prince, everybody. So we have to be very cognizant of that system. And the narrative where the person said, yeah, y'all lucky y'all went through slavery. That's a narrative that a lot of people from the diaspora have. Deep down, they later copy. That's what the lottery, different music genres, white supremacists. They dealt with them directly too because they were colonized.
Ended up becoming the treasurer of her church. My
Mm.
grandma was solid. She had 3 houses in the neighborhood.
Factory up there, like Dayton. You're in the home of the funk. A lot of brothers doing that. FBA brothers ain't got to go to no damn Poland.
Right.
They go to
Good
Poland. They
second,
can just go.
everybody.
Who's always complaining about foundational black own any suffering, slaughtered whole family in villages. They've been murdered and tortured daily. Millions of people have been displaced. They're in need of medical attention. Millions of people have no access to medical care, water, food. And she said Sudan is a large landmass with fertile soil, among other resources. And your xenophobia and your anti-FBA hatred, we're just not doing that. I'm not taking criticism from people like that. Yeah. And now everybody's on that way, which is good. Better late than never. I'm glad that all of these people from these failed third world countries are getting checked for their disrespect. They should have been checked a long damn time ago. And now they want to cry foul. When we start checking them, they want to. The closest thing we do, we'll name a nigga Carlos. Yeah, the
Yeah,
closest thing to some Spanish.
that's
Let's
true.
get
Carlo.
Travis McGuire. Let's get Travis in the building.
Man, I've been listening to you, man, from the time where you had to get on Google to find
Mm,
you.
Fuentes, man, they're on that dude's bumper, man. You know, a couple of weeks ago,
All
a
right,
lady showed up to his crib that he.
Dorsey, call in. I got 3 minutes, man. Then I got to flex. I can do 3 minutes. 3 minutes, Dorsey. Yeah. No, my son.
Call from
Dorsey.
What's going on, Dorsey?
Hey, what's going on, Bron?
Hey,
I'm gonna make it real quick.
you got a new
Okay.
number, man? You got a new Obama
No,
gave
this
you a
Miss
new phone?
Maria's. This Miss Maria's phone. I took the chip out my phone.
Okay. I thought Obama gave you a new phone, man.
Hey, he do give me. I do have a new phone, but the little Mexican dude tried to be slick and put a chip in my shit so he could get all my fucking passwords. So I took that shit out. Motherfuckers think a nigga stupid because I'm old. Motherfuckers think I don't know about chips and shit, right?
Yeah, he tried to get you, huh?
Yeah, he was gonna try to get my little, all my passwords. Because what
Yeah.
happened is when I looked on my phone, it said you now can see your information remotely and shit. Meaning I could call in and get the information on my chip, right?
Hmm.
I said, motherfucker, y'all ain't that goddamn slick. So then they give you a little pin where you can take your case off. So then I got the chip and I took it out, and now the phone that he gave me don't work because he's the one who paid for the damn account. See, they slick here in LA, nigga. You know what I'm saying? They slick. They set up like they with the government, But this is what the cartel's been doing lately.
Oh, okay. Those are your people.
Because see, huh?
Those are your peoples. I don't know about those.
No, nigga, them yo folks, nigga. So what happened? Well, the reason why I was real calling, the young lady, the black young lady, she was kind of cool, but at the same time, look, why would I trade in a white colonizer for a yellow colonizer? The
What?
Chinese is just as bad.
Hold on. What are you talking about?
With the Africa scene.
Oh, when he was like, "Oh yeah, they the way how they treat black people, they treat the whites and the Chinese better."
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? How the fuck? I mean, I'm being real. Why the fuck would I want to go somewhere and I'm talking about all 54 fucking countries and you don't even respect your own fucking citizens?
Mm-hmm.
And then you want us to come over there and invest and then be on a waiting list to get land and shit. But you get all our money, we pay all y'all taxes, we do every fucking thing just so that you could tell us no.
Transactions. That's why. But hold on, before you say anything, do you know what the topic question is?
Did Pan-Africanism unite Americans with Africa, or did it cause more division?
Yeah.
First of all, Chewbacca, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Motherfucker, I don't owe you shit. You are your motherfucking so-called African. I ain't Bantu, ain't Zulu, ain't Mandinga.
That nigga Shabak ain't African. He's a cosplaying African. That nigga's a black American.
Man, that nigga. Remember last month the nigga talking about he was an African communist?
Yeah.
Remember he said this shit?
Yeah, now he's a socialist.
Now he a socialist. Make up your mind, you lying motherfucker.
the funniest
And
thing
Lala already this, huh?
the funniest thing the nigga said today is, you know how he was like, oh yo, he's like, yo, I'm moving to Africa. I'm moving to Africa, right? Remember he been saying that for like 8 months, right?
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
moving to
yeah.
This nigga just called. He said to O'Shea Duke Jackson he fled.
Ain't that a bitch?
I was like, yo, Shabaka, you was just talking about going to Africa. I was like, why would you tell another man he fled to Africa and he's because he's more Pan African than you?
Thank you. See, that's the kind of shit, you know, you can't discuss that man insanity in 3 minutes because this shit goes deep. You know what I'm saying? He a textbook case. You know what I'm saying? You know, they have to go in the library and pull out a big ass book to see what's wrong with this motherfucker.
Shabaka is he's a failed civil rights. He's a failed freedom fighter. That's what he is. He's a failed.
Man, that nigga.
He's a failed freedom fighter. He didn't free anything. That nigga can't
Well,
fight. So like,
I'll agree with the failure part. I can agree with the failure part, but freedom and fighter? Oh hell no, nigga! You know that shit don't match with that nigga, that chicken heart ass nigga.
yeah, he goes.
Chewbacca, did you ever protest back in the '60s for Americans, for your own people to have freedom, or was you always with a banana up your tailpipe, bowing down to the Africans? Because you ain't do shit for us. We already hear in your mouth.
So
You know, you're a Kamala Harris nigga.
So let me ask you a question.
I ain't gonna do nothing for white black folks, just white folks.
I'm gonna do something for the African.
Right, I'm gonna do something for the Africans.
Let me ask you a
And the
question.
tellers and my boy, Afro, what's his name?
Afro thinks it.
Beat active.
Oh, be active.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something for
the cosplaying the cosplaying Afro Latino.
Yeah, right. I'm not going.
You know what I told
my peoples.
You know what I told
Them my
Shabaka today?
peoples.
You know what I told Shabaka and your boy Black Snow Bunny King today? I told him. I
Oh
told him.
yeah.
I told that
I meant to
nigga.
tell you.
What's up?
Kwame was on Tariq's show, right?
Yeah, I seen it. I seen it.
Did you see me in the chat?
Nah, I didn't see the chat. I'm gonna go look at
I
it.
mentioned your show, right? I mentioned your show.
Yeah.
Then I went back in the comments and mentioned it again, right?
Ooh, thanks, man.
So I told him about your show, and I told him how his ass, I had pledged $10, and his ass swore he was gonna triple my motherfucking, and that nigga Welsh. I told him that nigga Welched on the motherfucker on his promise, and then the nigga ran off, and we ain't heard from that broke motherfucker since.
Yeah, Ice is looking for him. Yeah, Ice is looking for Kwame.
Yeah, but look in the comments, and I even did it in the chat.
No, I'm gonna look in the comments. Yo, let me ask you a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Because I know I'm gonna forget my thought, like I think I just did now. So, do you believe? Oh no. Let me tell you what I did first.
No, you asked me the first question. I said, yeah, they're the
No,
ones
no,
who
no,
caused
no,
that damn division.
No, there was another one I was gonna ask you, but I'm gonna say something else. Just earlier, I told Shabaka and Black Snow Bunny King. I said, yo, I said both of y'all niggas is cosplaying Africans. I was like, y'all not even African. I was like, yo, you're Jamaican. I said,
cosplaying.
I told him, I was like, yo, y'all should start cosplay. Y'all should start an African cosplay. And one of y'all could be Shaka Zulu, the other one could be Mansa Musa, the other one could be Fela, Nelson Mandela. I said we do that shit once a year for y'all niggas. Y'all always want to cosplay of being an African. I said I think that would be great for the Pan Africans. So,
Yeah, Chewbacca. Yeah, Chewbacca put a bone in your nose, homeboy.
niggas have put a
Don't
bone
be
in
that
it.
Zulu you say you is, nigga. Be true to the tribe.
But let me
And like
ask
I said, Brian,
what's up
can we do a GoFundMe?
for Shabaka.
Yeah, for Chewbacca. All we need is about $45. I heard that what's that motherfucker?
Where's he trying to go?
There's a shipping company. We can fold his ass up in a box and he'll be in Africa in 3 days if we punch some holes. Ain't that
Shabaka
how they
ain't
used
going.
to send the slaves? Then they used to
Shabaka.
ship the slaves in the Underground Railroad that way.
If Shabaka knows he's going to Africa, he'll shake like a crackhead. He'll be shaking like a crackhead. He's not going.
Man, that motherfucker ain't going no
He
Africa.
ain't
That
going.
nigga.
He's just bullshitting. I will go to
The
Africa before
closest,
Shabaka. You know.
hey, the closest Chewbacca gonna get to Africa is Attica, nigga.
Yeah, that's it, man.
He ain't going nowhere,
Yeah,
and he really needs to stop that shit.
yeah, he
You
needs
got
to.
la la. Look, hey, that's why I ain't got no game. I ain't got no motherfucking respect. Chewbacca, you sitting up here misleading these young kids, talking about what you gonna do, and they sitting up here looking at you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like La La Brown said, nigga, you pulling Social Security over here in America.
Mm-hmm.
Take your ass to Africa and get your coconut security, nigga.
Yeah, he ain't gonna do that. Shabaka ain't stupid.
He ain't gonna do that shit. And then he want to tell everybody else, you a sellout, motherfucker. You's a sellout because you say one thing, but your wallet does something else. If the United States government is so motherfucking evil and this and that, why are you taking their money? Why are you taking their check? Why are you spending that money on that white girl? We ain't forgot about Miss Nursey Nurse.
Miss Pink Toe,
Yeah,
Dr.
nigga.
Pink Toe.
Yeah, Dr. Pink Toe.
Yo, but
Yeah.
let me ask you a question. With Pan Africanism, do you think do you believe if they change their ways and actually find something for Black Americans to benefit from, you think it would change the way how a relationship between blacks and Pan Africans is, or blacks in the diaspora?
No.
I was just about to say I think no too. Why?
You know why?
Why?
You know why?
Why?
Because it's got to be 54 different changes. Because it's different for 54 different nations we got to deal with. 54 attitudes we got to do. Whether they Christian, Muslim, atheist, whatever the fuck they, rainforest worshiping niggas, whatever they is, we got to deal with that and them thinking they're better than us. The motherfuckers don't even. And back to
2 more
one
minutes.
thing I want to mention to that girl, the sister who was talking about China.
Mm-hmm.
They got tribalism in China too. What the fuck she talking about?
Yeah, probably.
Mandarin versus Cantonese, and then remember those Uyghurs? Remember those people, those Muslim Chinese that they sent to them goddamn concentration camps?
Yeah, I remember that.
So they could be re-educated into the Chinese to learn in Mandarin?
Yeah.
And to give up Islam?
Mm-hmm.
So that's tribalism right there.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, so this is what I want this is what pissed me off. You sisters, y'all like to read these fucking books and think it's a Harlequin romance. Then when you take your ass over to China and then them people abuse you, then you want us to come and rescue you.
Mm-hmm.
Leave them motherfuckers alone. Did you see the one where the
One more minute.
Okay. Did you see where the sister got with the Asian dude and married that motherfucker in less than 2 months?
With the O'Shea Duke Jackson one?
Yeah, you saw it.
I didn't get to watch it yet, but I know what you're talking about.
Okay. She met this dude just 2 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, that nigga was from Tibet. So you would think a Buddhist and shit would be cool. As soon as he got his green card, he started drinking, calling her all kind of bitches and hoes and niggas.
Yeah.
Had 3 kids, abandoned the fucking kids.
That's a
You see where I'm coming from?
I'll tell you this. This is more of a foreign and white thing. Well, white people are foreign technically because they're from Europe. And they came from Ellis Island. So technically they are Inca babies. What's going on, Ray Ray? And also, yeah, it's more of a foreign thing. Like Black Americans,
Yeah.
we don't want to leave our kids. And also too, I think what made us take care of our kids was slavery when they were taking our kids and selling them and using our kids.
Exactly, because it became more precious to us.
Yeah,
Something you denied.
and also too, it made us overprotective of our kids. That's why you get these niggas, you put your hands on somebody's kids, they end up shooting you or stabbing you, so that's
They're
what
supposed
happened.
to.
Yeah. Like remember that dude who choked out the DCF worker, the Department of Child and
Yeah.
Family.
Yeah. Believe me, a couple
Yeah,
times, nigga. But
yeah. And
like
he
I
did
was
that. And hold
saying,
on, he did that shit on live. He was on live when he choked that motherfucker.
yeah. Yeah, he did a free will on a nigga, right?
Yeah, it's like so you hear the kid
Yeah.
and say, "Daddy, Daddy."
Yeah. Daddy, why you choking that motherfucker out, Dad?
But
But see,
go
that's
on,
the
go on. One more
thing.
minute. I'll give you that
So
minute
she
left.
went, okay. So she went from Zaddy to Patty.
Yeah.
And when I'm saying Patty, I ain't talking about the Irish Patty. I'm talking about the rice Patty.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. So then she thought that because that man had a little bit of melanin in him, that he was going to be different from that white man. You don't understand. Racially, we on the bottom of the fucking totem pole.
Yeah, we have no friends.
And then the motherfucking Africans.
But what makes us different from everybody else is that we're resilient. We don't quit if we know we can't do it. We keep on going. That's why when we were talking about reparations in the 70s and 80s, the people it wasn't black Americans that gave up. It was the immigrants that were telling us that like we shouldn't be doing this, we shouldn't be doing that. All they did,
Exactly.
that's what they were doing. Go on, Dorsey. 30 more seconds.
So my whole thing to you is, look, the Africans, what did they say? The Haitians, the Africans, everybody who had a dark complexion, what did they say? Me not black, right?
Mm-hmm.
But your color was darker. Your color was darker than ours. But you ain't black. So you saying that black was a culture, not a skin tone, right?
Yep.
Okay, so then you thought that when you came over here to America and you had proximity to whiteness, that because you was a groveling kiss ass motherfucker, that they were gonna pick you over us.
Mm-hmm.
You are a damn fool. Do you know how long we've been in these people's motherfucking houses, nigga?
Mm-hmm.
We've been raising their kids, nigga. And only recently, only when Reagan came in, did Mexicans get here and start raising and house cleaning. Our grandmothers and so forth, they were cleaning these people's houses. They was cooking these people this food. They was motherfucking raising their children. That's why the people came and gave us, we started making allies within there. You see where I'm coming from?
Yep. 10 more
Just
seconds,
like the
Dorsey. 10 more
Mexicans do.
seconds.
Okay, so I'm finna land my plane. Hold on, I got my shoes off. Let me put back on my shoes. I'm grabbing my grab bag. I'm going down there. Oh, I see a nigga that look like Chewbacca. Let me slap that motherfucker in the head real quick. Ow! Okay, I'm on my way. Hey, thank y'all so much for listening to Dorsey. But once I said Chewbacca, I don't understand why you want to talk all this shit. You got money. So why don't you want to share with your fellow brother? See, that's the part because he got money, Ron. He got money. He don't even want to come off a motherfucking $2 to help a brother out. And that's the typical behavior of an African because they don't even share with each other.
The funny part about it is that I told him, I was like, "You're not getting on," he said, "You're a coward. You're a coward. Drop the link, you coward. You're scared to have a conversation with me." I'm like, "Yo, you're not getting on, my nigga." I was like, "Yo,
Don't
give a
nobody
donation. Give a donation. You could jump on here. I'm not talking to no broke ass nigga right
thank
now."
you.
I was like, "That's
Two
only on
dose.
Friday." You
Hey,
know?
that nigga could come up with $2, nigga.
Yeah, he probably spent that all on that pink toe he had. You know.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. That's why I don't like that old motherfucker.
Mm-hmm.
Because he talks shit, then he shows us his true colors.
Mm-hmm.
You ain't nothing but a motherfucking talker. First you a communist, then you a goddamn socialist. You was a freedom fighter, and you was the head of this organization, but can't nobody find your shit. We got Lala on the case going through Facebook looking for this nigga, right? This how much niggas hate him.
Yeah, he lying. He be lying.
That everybody, hey, and even Black Kwame told the nigga, you was getting your ass whooped,
Yeah,
Chewbacca.
and spit on, nigga. He said niggas was spitting on you, and you said,
Niggas was
"Well,"
carving on you.
and nigga was like, "This is what Shabaka said." Well, he does make a great point. That's what he said. Does make a great
But
point.
rather than saying, hey, I stood up for what I believed in, right?
Mm-hmm.
He could have said, well, I stood up for what I believe in. But this nigga ain't never showed us no evidence that he stood up for a motherfucking thing. That nigga don't even stand up to give a bitch a seat on the bus. Come
Stood
on
on
now.
stood on the porch, watch niggas get beat. That nigga didn't do nothing.
Yeah. So yeah, like I said, man, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I really wasn't gonna fuck with her, but when the girl said this shit about the Chinese, we need to stop fucking with them people. This is our land. We don't need no motherfucking body else.
Yeah,
We
just their
don't need
women.
no allies because when we find out that they double cross us, now our feelings is hurt. The only motherfuckers I really have a little respect for. She likes Chinese food. She's Miss Maria is over here talking shit. The only motherfuckers I really do respect is the Japanese.
Yeah.
Hey, check this out. Them motherfuckers said, white man, you ain't coming here with that bullshit. In fact, we gonna take that shit to you. World War II, nigga.
Yep.
Pearl Harbor.
Kamikaze.
You see what I'm saying? Kamikaze. And then, do you know why them Japanese people respect us Black Americans?
Why?
Because after the war, when Japan was destroyed, them white boys was dogging them out. They women, the kids, everything, kicking them, spitting on them and shit.
Yeah, not surprised.
Watching them people, huh?
Not surprised.
They did the same thing to the Germans, okay? And German women love brothers, okay? For the same reason Japanese women like brothers. Because we was the one who had humanity and we felt sorry for them. And we said, regardless of what y'all did in the past, we forgive you. Here's some rice for your little kids. Here's some aspirin. Here's some shit. And so when they start hanging around us, right? Think about it. When they start hanging around us, they start hearing our music. They start seeing how happy we was.
Facts.
You see where I'm coming from?
Yeah. But hey, Dorsey, I gotta go. Actually gotta go. I gotta go grocery shopping.
I know. Even though we was getting dogged out by the white man, we still showed mercy to everybody else.
That's true. It's true. Give me a second.
I'm gone. I landed my plane. But see, a nigga like Chewbacca, he don't have no mercy. He don't have no soul. I'm out.
All right. Shout out to you, Dorsey. Shout out to Dorsey. Dorsey did his thing, you know. Dorsey, I knew he was gonna kick in Shabaka's back. Shabaka, you deserve it, my nigga. You deserve that kick in the back. You know, everybody's uneducated except you. But but shout out to everybody. Y'all did y'all thing today, man. I'm gonna give my shout outs. Then I gotta flex because I gotta go grocery shopping. 7 o'clock. It's late, so there's not gonna be that many people there. Shout out to Miss Lala, Shabaka, Snow Bunny King, St. Michael's, uh, Ali Howard. Shout out to you, Dorsey, Niggs. What's going on, Niggs? Ray Ray and Fresh always. Shout out to all of y'all. Thank y'all for coming on the show. We did what, 4 hours? Almost 4 hours. Let me check. Is it 4 hours? Oh yeah, and shout out to our buddy from Kick, the Pan-African white man, the Pan-African white man or Pan-African Irish man, Robin. Shout out to you, player. He always does this thing on Kick, man. Thank you, Robin. Thank you for always watching, man. I know you be on Kick and stuff like that. Shout out to you and your family. Everybody, y'all have a great day. I might not do a show tomorrow. I'm still debating, but shout out to y'all anyways, and I will see you probably tomorrow or Friday. Friday, we got a big show, and it's $5 and it's Shots Friday. So don't forget, it's Shots Friday. Nigga might be drinking on that Kavasi, yeah. You know, it's because niggas is getting busy out here, But thank y'all for being on the show. I will see you probably tomorrow or Friday.